Is this a sign, Jordan, do you think? I felt that there is a movement going on now of a real backlash.
My man Jordan Peterson was on Piers Morgan's show last night, and they talked about the Golden Globes from a few days ago and how there's been a shift away from all that political yammering that we just showed you.
I watched the Golden Globes last night, for example. An event that was taken off air last year in a row about racial bias and so on, and the institution that puts it on. And it came back on. It really fascinating to me. I watched the whole thing for 3 hours. No political speeches, no virtue signaling, no grandstanding. People basically did what Ricky Gervais told them to do 3 years ago, which is get up, thank your agent, and sit down and just celebrate making movies or TV shows. Is this a sign, Jordan, do you think? I felt that there is a movement going on now of a real backlash from perhaps a majority that's been silent till now, that's just said enough, and that even Hollywood has woken up to the reality that people who watch the movies and TV shows, they don't want to hear this stuff all the time.
Well, we put politics first and foremost, and partly the reason we did that was because any higher aims in some ways collapsed. I suppose that's part and parcel of the famous death of God. If what's highest spiritually and transcendentally disappears, then something else steps up to take its place. And in our society, that's either been a nihilistic bent that's very powerful, or politicking in general. The mistake that entertainers make is that they regard what they do as mere entertainment. Hollywood stars and all the people who are involved in producing the narratives that entice and compel us, they're serving a master who's far higher than anything merely political. And when they bend their art to serve a political master, they distort the higher to the lower, to their own detriment. The art should never be subordinated to serve the political, because then it gets, not only does it get propagandistic, it gets dull and contemptible. No one cares what a star thinks about Trump, especially when what they have to say about Trump can be said just as coherently by your demented neighbor.
Yes, that is true. And as your demented neighbor, I'm going to continue for a moment. So Jordan's point is that art should be made for art's sake. A beautiful painting should be beautiful because of what it brings out in you. That actually is divine and important. But once that becomes subservient to a political agenda, you get these hysterical people that are so incredibly self-righteous that they think because they can pretend to be an astronaut in a movie, they can also tell you how to live your life.
I spent half hour talking about this, and I hardly ever talk about it. Why is that wrong? I didn't say it was wrong. Okay,
World-renowned.
Yeah, okay, next. No.
So, hands are for helping? You have brass knuckles in your pocket.
I got Paw Patrol Band-Aids playground sent too. They call non-stop when I'm not there. I am there. It's, 7 a.m. weekend soccer games, teacher conferences, scheduled sex with the wife. I am no longer my own man.
You wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
Not for $65 million.
You are a changed man, O'Connell.
Yep. Maybe you should give it a go. Huh? Buy some land, start a family. You'd be the scariest guy at PTA. You'd be a good dad.
Buying land, I'd get $4 or $5.
You'd get 4 or 5 dogs? No woman? Not even Dixon?
She's a friend.
Okay, whatever you say. Give me some dress, though.
I look dressed. So.
Okay, hell of a dress. Oh, he noticed.
So I've just received word that BlackRock lawyers have sent a notice to Rumble and our site hosting company requesting that our recent investigative piece be removed.
Really?
Give this a lot of thought
And leave it up.
and issue
Ah, fuck you.
response on Monday.
And it'll be fuck you.
got a gift, my friend.
What's
Yeah.
number one? Jeremy here from the
Yeah,
quarter.
it'll be
and,
fuck you.
Things are
100%.
absolutely heating up a little bit in the Steven Crowder investigation. Something that, well, at first it felt like it lacked some conclusive evidence. I'm just being honest. Like, we had an email address, we had it linked hypothetically or through database services to an individual, but then things started happening. They got a letter from a lawyer. The law firm that sent that letter shut their website down. 24 hours later, that law firm deleted their Twitter. That same day, the individual at the center of this investigation deleted their LinkedIn, deleted their Instagram. Everybody has completely disappeared from the internet. Now, that is not an indication of guilt. Do you hear me? BlackRock lawyers, not saying it's an indication of guilt. However, it is some reaction. It is not a reply saying, I've never, hey, you have my permission to subpoena, mail.com to figure out whose email that actually is, or any of that stuff. It's just everybody turtled up and is hiding. Now there's been another letter sent, this time directly to Rumble, outlining demands to take down videos covering it. Well, I've spoken to Rumble and I've spoken to everyone involved, and I've got some updates there. For a super quick word from this video sponsor, Private Internet Access.
I'm thinking
Short to this
1.2.
video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Look, in current year, everyone basically has to have VPN. It's a extremely versatile and now basically required tool of browsing the modern internet. And that's why I'm happy to be partnered with Private Internet Access and have been for over a year now. It's a VPN I use. It's a VPN I recommend to my friends and family. And I
Hang on
have
a
a
minute.
massive discount.
Yep,
New York
cool
area, just
story,
us
bro.
and privacy
Nice,
at the time,
lovely,
open source,
excellent.
did apps,
Oh,
censorship-free
okay.
We got here, right? There was an initial report from Steven Crowder that how we got here. I'm not going to replay the whole thing for you, but essentially there was a leak of a bunch of emails that were registered at this website, a website for terrible content, right? I don't need to tell you what I'm talking about, right? Kids stuff, right? One of those email addresses came back via nearly a dozen internet databases to one individual who is a high up at BlackRock. You may have heard that name before. Now, I also want to be very clear and say I want to be fair and balanced in how I cover this, because it is.
I feel like I'm missing
massive
all of
accusation,
these.
right? That email address was not tied with BlackRock. It was tied allegedly to an individual who is a high up there. Okay. There's also no indication that that email was actively logging into the website or using it or uploading anything that we've seen. All we know is that they had a list of email addresses, something like 5,000 people who were registered for the site, as far as I know. This individual was registered to that site. According to publicly available internet database information, according to Crowder's investigation, that email, again, belongs to a high up BlackRock employee, and according to his research, via IP address matches, did in fact was accessed from the home of the individual, Abigail Gold Geller. Now, is it her husband's email address, her kid's email address? Was it the cleaning lady? Right? I don't know. But we know that the email address, according to his research, was used from her house. So it's pretty, I think it's very reasonable for people to make the leap to, okay, well, this is her email address or somebody in her house, right? JFB Legal then sends a letter to Steven Crowder saying, hey, we deny everything. You can't be publishing this. We're warning you. They basically threatened him saying, don't publish this. Well, then they took their website down. And then they took their Twitter down. Now, this is what you see when they deactivate. Now, if we go to JFB Legal, let's see, is that still private? Still private. So to bring us up to speed, Crowder reaches out for comment from this person. A lawyer replies and says, basically, excuse me, you better not publish this or else. He publishes it. The law firm takes their website offline. The law firm deletes their Twitter account. The individual at the center of the questions deletes her Instagram, deletes her LinkedIn. Now, for her to delete these things, it's entirely possible that people were harassing her, sending her terrible messages, using it to harass her family. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just trying to be fair and balanced and say there are reasons why someone might deactivate. Now, the law firm is curious. Now, the law firm was getting spammed on all their Twitter threads, essentially. Getting called all sorts of things. Now, instead of locking down their posts, they just deactivated their entire Twitter and deactivated their entire website. So it's led people to say, well, what is going on, right? It's awfully suspicious behavior for innocent people. Now, you can't make that assertion. We saw this in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. You can't just say, hey, you acted guilty, therefore you are guilty. You have to actually prove it, which has not been done yet. We know, I think, it is being proposed that this email address belongs to her, and it looks like, to me, in my opinion, that it does. The law firm even said, hey, we did this search on this database and it doesn't come up to our client, and then Crowder did the same search on that same database and it did. So either terrible legal work, shoddy legal work, or, I don't know. But there are a lot of questions. Now, Crowder put out this video.
So I've just received word that BlackRock lawyers have sent a notice to Rumble and our site hosting company requesting that our recent investigative piece be removed.
Now, a lot of people said, I think this is why a lot of people are afraid to cover it. I'm not afraid to cover it. I think that it's an important thing. It's a topic that, will get generally demonetized, so a lot of people who are concerned more about money than anything else won't cover it. That's why I put a sponsor in the video, so it evens out, and from what I have been told from my sources, Rumble has refused to take the video down, or does refuse to take the video down. Rumble's not taking the video down unless there is a court order. If there's a court order, then Rumble can't really do anything about it. But simply a letter from a lawyer is not going to get Rumble to take the video down, which is why I ride with them. Now since I said their name in this video, it will be suppressed. So make sure you leave a like on it and you share it. Because I swear to God that's happening on YouTube. I can't prove it. But every time I try to tell people, look, like if you're watching this video, I'm probably live right now. Go over to the website, go to my Rumble page and check me out, or you just go to rumble.com/C as in Charlie /the quartering. Come into my live stream and let me know if you're seeing this video now. But what I've been told, or what I've gleaned, is that these videos are not coming down. So I feel confident to cover them. And Rumble has backed me through numerous spurious claims and things like that, and they seem to be backing Crowder as well.
Citing all kinds of infractions or issues that they view to be serious. And look, we here at this show, at this company, take this very seriously, and Rumble takes this very seriously. We are going to give this a lot of thought, mindful prayer, and issue our official response on Monday. So bear with us, please.
Now, again, to be clear, none of this implicates BlackRock. It's just one of their employees. Why are they getting involved? I don't know. Why are they telling Rumble to take the video down? I don't know. Why are they sending letters? I don't know. Now, I haven't been served any letter, and I will continue to cover this because Rumble has my back. And, if they get, the YouTube video taken down, well, then I can't fight that. But that's why I rock with all tech, Sometimes people are like live streaming and somebody says something weird, and then they're like, oh no, I had to take the video down, but if you pay $10, you can watch the video. And then they don't stream to new tech. But anyway, that's you might not know what I'm talking about there, but anyway. Yeah, so this is why new tech is so important, because they are more willing to stand by their creators. Does the lawyers reaching out directly to Rumble and demanding they take the video down, is that admission of guilt? No, of course not. Doesn't maybe they're just trying to protect their employee. Now, is it the same people, JFB Legal? You know, is it the same people that asked them to take it down in the first place? It sounds like it's different. It sounds like it's a different group of people. Here's the thing. All this can be solved very easily. All they have to do is go to mail.com, which I assume still exists, and ask for the records from that email address. So if you're this woman, right? Now I get it. Just because somebody makes an accusation doesn't mean you have to, there's a presumption of innocence in this country. Or there used to be, at least. And I get that. But if I'm some multi-millionaire at BlackRock and I'm just super, super innocent, I'll be like, hey, you have my total blessing, Crowder investigative team, to subpoena mail.com and get those email addresses. Or get the email history. You know? It seems like a very simple problem to solve, right? I want to clear my name. You say it's associated to me. I co-sign you going to mail.com and asking for the email history of this. Then she could say to mail.com, like, hey, publicly, this email address is associated with me, and it isn't. So I need to see the email exchanges that happen in that inbox to prove that it isn't me. Doesn't that seem easy? Seems like a very easy fix, and maybe that's true. They open the inbox, and it's a bunch of emails from someone named Sandeep, or whatever. There's no relation to this individual, and it's done. The investigation's over, right? They haven't done that. Instead, they've said, take the video down. Instead, they've sent legal notices to Rumble and other, I assume YouTube. Because the video is also on YouTube. Now, again, just because somebody makes a claim doesn't mean now all of a sudden, like let's say somebody said, hey, Jeremy, your email address was on that list.
You got a point, but this is boring. Boring. Can we... Is she on snow? Is that snow? Oh, that's a cool sound. I like that sound. Oh, that'll get me like DCMA'd or something, so it's all like copyrighted songs and stuff. Doggo. Dog saying hi. You ignored me. Hey. Is this a setup? Yeah, this is a setup. Why am I full of shorts and trash? Come on, give me like... something good to look at. Come on, something decent. He's got a new one. I want trading stuff.
Feminist women out there are not going to like this. Women are perishing in this modern world more than that.
That's terrible.
If we want to exist on this planet, we're going to have to.
Dr. Mindy Peltz.
Renowned functional health expert, best-selling author, and keynote speaker, one of the advances in educating us about our bodies.
Spending 2 decades helping millions worldwide. You got pretty famous from talking about this certain subject matter, which is fasting. What do I need to know?
Research shows it's going to make me stronger. More lean, 1,300% increase in testosterone. In
Holy
men.
shit.
Oh, wow.
We see inflammation go down.
Okay.
growth hormone go up. It's the hormone
You
that
have
keeps
my
you
interest.
young and helps you burn
You
fat
have my
before
interest.
it dropped the most amount of weight.
Belly.
Yep. Literally takes cells that are turning into cancer and it gets rid of those. You are tapping into a healing state that you never knew was there.
I'm sold. Where do I start?
So the first place to start is
menstruation, or the big M, is considered a taboo topic.
I'm going to say something which is really embarrassing here. I know nothing about menstrual cycles. I'm in a relationship. What advice have you got for me?
well, the first is, do you know her cycle?
Moving on. Tell me about your childhood.
Let me give you a goal. First 2 days, give her some space. If you have any conflict you want to resolve with her, do it between day 2 and day 12. Her libido is going to be the highest between day 10 and day 15. And then here's the goal. You're going to have to report back to me how this works. Around day 17, this is where you got to...
Yeah.
Once in a while on this podcast, I have a conversation that I desperately wish I'd had sooner. This is one of those conversations. I'd heard about fasting, but I had no idea at all of its potentially life-changing impact.
Okay.
Weight loss, your sex life,
Yeah.
a woman's menstrual cycle,
Yeah,
how
okay.
to heal from illness
All right,
and
buddy.
injury, the incredible
Give me the
power of
gold.
fasting. I'm incredibly happy that you chose to listen to this particular conversation, because if you're like me and you've never really taken the time to understand fasting,
Give me
and
the
you don't
gold.
understand the 6 types of fasting,
Oh, okay.
then maybe this is the conversation you've always needed to hear, because it certainly was for me. You are really, really going to enjoy this one. Take my word for it.
Give me the gold, boy. Mindy.
If you took the full body of work that you've produced over the last, let's say, 10 years, and the work that you're going to produce over the next 10 years, and you had to summarize the mission that you're on and why it matters, how would you do that?
Wow, that's a great question. I'm trying to empower people to believe in themselves again. And I want to do that through everything that in our lifestyle that taps into our body's own ability to heal itself. We've gotten so far off course. We don't even realize that we're giving so much of our health power away, our happiness power away, and all we've got to do is come back home to ourselves and learn that every single thing inside of us, every cell, every neuron, everything is working for us, not against us. And we have to stop villainizing our body. We've got to figure out how to believe in ourselves again. We're the ones that are going to save ourselves, and we've just lost our way.
What have we fallen into the trap of believing?
Well, in the health world, we've totally fallen into the trap that if I take this pill, if I do this diet, if I do this exercise, then that will cure me. Nobody cures you. You cure yourself. And so you have to start to look at the human body as this self-healing organism that's always figuring out how to keep you alive, how to keep you at your best. And if you're not feeling at your best, then the only thing you to look at is that there's an interference. There's a physical, emotional, spiritual, chemical interference that is pulling you away from this power that's inside of you so that you can start to heal.
Cruel.
Once you pull those away, you see yourself in a whole new light. And this is what fasting did for millions of people. You just see yourself so differently in what you're capable of doing.
Where have we gone wrong in terms of our attitude towards what it is to be a human? Because, I often think much of the health advice that is thrown at us these days has this underlying belief that, in some way we're broken.
I so agree with you. It's the messaging. Is like, you did something wrong. You have a genetic profile that you're doomed to have a disastrous outcome. And everything is exogenously blamed at us. And I really think that comes from not only our healthcare system, and I'm not trying to bash the healthcare system, but we have lost our way. And it comes from, for women specifically, it comes from the messaging we get from, social media and magazines. Like, everything is outside in. We got to go inside out now and start asking what we want on a physical, spiritual, emotional level so that we can create the life we want and stop looking outside for the answers. We got to go within.
I love that. Inside out.
Inside out living.
You got pretty famous from talking about this certain subject matter, which is fasting. Now, I want to talk about fasting because I've heard about it, and I'm sure here I represent a lot of my audience right now. I've heard the term fasting. I've heard loads of people in recent times, over the last, I'd say, 2 years, get really excited about it and say that it's a good thing. But that's really the extent of my knowledge on the subject. So let's just start right there. I mean, you wrote a book called Fast Like a Girl. You've got so much content out on the internet about fasting for both men and women. This book was written in 2022. Why? Why are you so focused on fasting? Why do I need to care about it? What's it going to do for me?
It's the quickest antidote to what we just said. If we've got all this physical, emotional, chemical stress coming at us, we've got taste buds we've got to change, we've got behaviors we have to change, there's a lot there. But I can show you how to compress your eating window into a 10-hour eating window, leaving 14 hours for fasting, something as simple as 14 hours, and I can show you how you can start to heal yourself without money, without time. You are literally tapping into a healing state that you never knew was there. And I think part of why we've had so many people pour onto YouTube and so many women gravitate to the book is that it's so, once you learn how to fast, you start to see your body in this whole new way. It can absolutely heal itself. So for me, fasting became this incredible tool that everybody could do, and we just had to learn how to do it. The women that I'm watching that are just dropping, I mean, men and women, hundreds of pounds, and medications they're getting off of, and mental health that's coming back just because I taught them how to compress their eating window and leave a longer time for rest so their body can repair. That is all each individual is doing that. I didn't do that.
I'm the type of person that very much needs, like, stats to believe things. I'm one of those people. And once I've got the stats or some kind of, like, scientific evidence, then I'm all in.
Beautiful.
What do I need to know from a scientific standpoint? What research has been done on fasting?
Okay, so let's go through the basic principle of fasting, and I think this will help everybody, is that you have two metabolisms. So you burn energy when you eat, and you burn energy when you don't eat. But they're two different mechanisms. So when you eat, like, let's use myself as an example. I had eggs and some avocado for like around 11 o'clock today. So that's going to bring my blood sugar up. Now, as my blood sugar starts to drop, what's going to happen is my body's going to switch over into this other energy system. And I call this the fat burning energy system. I call this one the sugar burner energy system. When it switches over into this fat burning energy system, it starts to make a byproduct called a ketone. And that ketone will go up into the brain, and it starts to repair your brain. And what most people don't realize is your brain needs 50% ketones, 50% glucose. So you're giving a fuel source to your brain that it desperately needs, which is why people, when they fast, are like, their mental clarity goes up, their cognition improves, their brain fog goes away, because you're literally giving a fuel source to your brain that it may never have been given before. It takes about somewhere between 8 hours to metabolically switch over into this fat burning place.
Okay, so if I'm doing a podcast and I want to be sharp,
yes,
I shouldn't eat 8 hours before.
Yes.
Fuck. I'll come back in 7 hours.
7 hours? Yeah, sure. I should have given you the memo before we got here. Yeah, so I think of it like a hybrid car. You know, you switch over into this fat burning place. So at 8 hours, you start to make the switch. By about 12 hours, your body's now starting to make a good dose of ketones. The brain is excited, so you're getting that mental clarity. Ketones turn off the hunger hormone. So you also, when you switch over, there's going to be a point in which you're not hungry. And that all happens at about 12 hours. But you're also, if you stay there a little longer, if you stay there and you go 14 hours, 15 hours. So check this out. Research shows at 15 hours, we see growth hormone go up. Okay, growth hormone is the hormone that keeps you young and helps you burn fat. We also see in men 1,300% increase in testosterone.
Holy
just
shit.
From somewhere between a 13 to 15 hour fast. 13% increase in natural testosterone stores.
Hey, famous.
And we can explain why that happens in a moment.
How you doing,
and
brother?
Then we start to see inflammation go down. So all of a sudden, if you have people who have like joints that are hurting, they start doing 15
Why am I
minutes of
not in
fasting every
chat?
day.
How you doing, brother?
You know, my joints just
You doing? What you up
have
to?
that same stiffness in them anymore. But if you stay in that fasted window, you keep going 17 hours, your brilliant body turns within and it goes, wait a second, no food's coming in, we better get stronger. So it literally takes the bad cells, the cells that are slowing you down, the cells that are turning into cancer, and it gets rid of those. They're called senescent cells. And it literally recycles them out of your system, and it goes into the cells that are still usable, and it makes them stronger. It fixes the intercellular parts. We call that autophagy. And that actually was if you want stats, the Nobel Prize in 2015 by a Japanese scientist, Dr. Osumi. He won the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology for this term called autophagy. And that's when you go without food, your cells will heal themselves. That was back in 2015.
So I want to go into all of that. I want to start with why. Why does fasting help so much? And really, like what I'm getting at there is if the effects of this are so profound in so many ways, that.
So what are you doing talking to me then, bro? Name? What are you doing here? I'm not as attractive as she is, surely. Ah, okay, so you dropped in to say hello? Thank you. I'm trying the same setup but with an inversion setup as well. So I'm running through once and then I'm going to run it through again but invert it and just see which one works better. Because for some reason I lose more than I win, but I think I know why, so I'm going to run the inversion to test it. And then I'm going to go live with it on Monday. Guess. Yeah, I haven't read the news. If he's doing that, then you need to buy Europe gas, right? Eurogas is going to go through the roof for a month or two. Oh, okay. Well, US gas won't. It will change. Why are they doing that? Why is it? What's the idea behind that stupidity? I mean, it seems stupid. I don't see a reason for it. I haven't been following politics, so I don't understand what the. I presume there's some beef, or they're running out of gas in the US, and so they're reducing the export sales because they need to keep it inside their country. Well, they've realised that they're giving all their resources away, and if there's a war, that they're actually feeding everyone else, and they're going to fucking run out of their own resources. It'll be something stupid. It's always something stupid. It's politics. It's always stupid. What are you talking about? So what happens here is that on these long downswings like this, I always get a green signal first, and if I was gonna like take a green signal every time I got one on a downswing like this, like if the downswing continues, then I lose out, right? This one here I actually win, but only just. But then I get a red and then I get another green, so I get a red here. So if I take the first red here, I should win it. Yeah, so my theory is pretty much on point, I think. And then I'll get a green. And I'll lose this one. Probably. No, I win this one, just. Oh, I don't know if I'd have won that. That's very, very touchy. I'll wait for a bit of touch. Here we go. So I won that one. Well, if you're confident in that, then chuck it in your in Discord, man. If you think so. Like, stick with your long-term strategy that works for you. If that's what works for you, then use that, you know. If day trading isn't your thing, that's fine. Stay away from it. Just put what you're confident in. I'd rather see those stats. My day trading setup is mine. If it's not you, then don't try and emulate or keep up with what I do. You make more money than I do in the long run anyway, so you keep doing you, man. I will catch up to you though. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna overtake you at some point. I need a goal. What's up, Quiv? How you doing, bro? What you up to? What am I on YouTube for? Because I get more followers that way. I don't know, just thought it was a good idea. Try it out, see how it goes. Why, what's wrong with that?
And where did we go wrong? Because from what I, have been told, breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Yeah, I always hated that idea.
And then maybe dessert. And then, that's the narrative that I was brought up on.
Yeah. Well, breakfast is the most important meal a day. I've done a lot of research on that phrase.
No.
Where it came from.
Wait. I know where that came from. That came from the meat companies. That came because they couldn't sell enough bacon, and so they had to create a market for bacon and sausages and stuff. So they created this like bacon and sausages for breakfast narrative. Yeah, I remember something about this.
It was actually, and I don't mean to diss any companies out there, but it was a tagline that they came up with for cornflakes for Kellogg's.
Oh, was it cornflakes? I thought it was meat. So cornflakes is at the most trash, fucking worst possible breakfast cereal you can possibly imagine. Cornflakes is made out of the husks that are normally disposed of by corn. You have corn, and they have the corn market and the maize market and that, and then like they husk all the corn off, and then they take those husks, crush them up, then they reconstitute them with sugar and sell them as breakfast cereal, because like they've spent all this money on fucking on this waste product and I don't know how to get rid of it. Sometimes it fucks out. It may not be streaming. Let me check that. And so they found a way to sell what was actually a waste product. Cornflakes. I thought it was bacon that they did that with. But yeah. My channel. Look, see, I'm online. What are you on about?
Cornflakes back in the 1970s. They needed a tagline that made people eat cornflakes in the morning, and so they came up with cornflakes. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and that has continued until this day. I can't find any research, and many other fasting experts, many other blood sugar experts will tell you the same thing. There's just no research showing that breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Yeah. Importantly, I've always sort of intrinsically understood that. I'll do like maybe a coffee or something in the morning, or like a small fucking something, but not really. And like getting up to make food first thing, if you, yeah, body doesn't like it, eh? And then you eat and it makes you go feel sluggish. So food should be like the last thing at the end of your day, not, or like even like 2/3 the way through the day. So you have a productive morning and then you eat and then you chill out for the afternoon, and then your stomach's empty by the time you go to sleep, so that you can go through your healing process at night, and then you wake up in the morning and you can be productive again, and then you eat like mid-afternoon. Like that would be like the ideal way to live. And that's what I used to do when I was fishing. That's how I used to function, and honestly I think it was part of the reason why we were the top boat and we could work harder and longer than everybody else. This is a theory. I had that theory at the time, and my uncle believed it, and we all fucking made money and everyone else was broke. So, you know, something worked.
That became a myth that we need to bust. Second myth we've been taught is you can speed your metabolism up the more you eat.
No, it's the other way around.
Okay.
It's the other way around. I don't know where the fuck that came from.
Also a myth. There is no evidence that the more you eat, the faster your metabolism will be.
I would argue that it's the other way. Like your metabolism becomes more efficient the less often you eat. I've heard that you've got to like keep stoking the fire in that, but I mean from a nutritional point of view for the body, maybe. But then like every time you eat, your body's got to go through this cleansing cycle to get rid of all the toxins and stuff, so you're never letting your body rest. So I've always sort of known this. Okay, anyway. So eating all the time, especially while you're working out, like taxes the body so hard, man. That's why you need rest periods and shit.
If you want a faster metabolism, you need to know how to metabolically switch. You need to know how to go from sugar burner to fat burner. And
that's easy. Stop eating.
That's where you start to lose weight. So that's the other myth that I feel like we have to break apart. And then we have this, I can tell you as a mother, and this is, not for anybody to have mommy guilt, but what we do as parents is we have certain statements we make to our kids, like, dinner's being served, the kitchen's closing in an hour. You need to eat lunch, you need to eat breakfast. Like, we are programmed when to eat by a clock, not by our own internal sense. So kids are raised to...
So, that makes sense, because the 3 meals a day didn't used to work for me in my work schedule. I couldn't function on that. Which is why my eating habits changed while I was working for realsies, and I went to like eating one solid big meal a day and then just like maybe snacking throughout, and my snacks would be like yogurts and stuff. And that worked better for me. And I couldn't do the 3 meals a day because I'd eat and then I just want to fucking sleep while I'm supposed to be at work. Yeah, no, didn't work. So it's interesting that all this is coming out 25 years later.
Eat according to a clock, not according to when they want to eat. We don't say, am I hungry right now?
But that's so true. We all wait until 1 p.m. to have lunch.
Right.
And when we wake up, we feel like we have to have breakfast or we're doing something wrong.
Yep.
And then dinner time, anytime between 6 to 8, we have to sit down and eat again.
Why?
Yep. If you just unwind that.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Right? Usually from your parents, and it came from a schedule.
What did my ancestors do before my parents existed and the schedules existed?
I can tell you exactly what they did.
What did they do?
They came out of the cave. I'm going to go back to
I don't really believe this bit, but okay.
Our cave friends. They came out of a cave. They didn't have a refrigerator. They didn't have a pantry.
Yep.
They didn't have DoorDash.
Start foraging.
They had to go find food.
Yep.
They didn't have Uber Eats. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't have Uber Eats. But what they did is they came out of the cave and they went to go hunt food.
Yep.
Sometimes they could make a kill really easily and bring it home, and they would feast. Sometimes the kill wasn't as easy, and they had to go far to find an animal to
I see where this is going. So your long-term metabolism kicks in.
Super far, and they couldn't get food. They switched over into this ketogenic energy system.
Yeah, saw that coming.
That ketogenic energy system supercharged them, because every cell in the human body is the number one priority of our cells is survival. So we were built to make sure we could stay alive in the absence of food. So their ketones kicked in, and when ketones kicked in, they became mentally very focused so they could go find food. They were able to stay calm. Ketones will affect a neurotransmitter called GABA and cause GABA to come on, so you feel calm, you're focused. Ketones will power up your muscles so that all of a sudden you have this incredible muscular energy. All because they were meant to go find food so they can bring it home.
Okay, so the body, which is orientated towards survival, when you hadn't eaten, it invests a lot of its sort of resources in your brain to increase the chances that you'll catch something to eat. So that's why when I fast, or when I haven't eaten, I'm very focused, I'm very articulate,
That's right.
it seems, and I perform at my best.
Bingo. That's it.
Makes sense.
And then what did they do when they got a kill? They came home and they feasted. They didn't
Then you go to sleep.
ration it out. They ate, and then they divvied it up again amongst the tribe, and then they went out again until when the food was gone. Maybe a couple days. Maybe they'd feast for a couple days. When the food was gone, they go out again. It's called feast famine cycling. It is how humans were meant to live. The challenge we have is we have access to food all the time. That we are, feasting has taken on a really negative connotation because we're feasting on the wrong foods. But if we could go back and just be like our primal friends, and we could learn how to go in and out of this feast famine cycling, using fasting as a tool for performance, for healing, and using food in the proper way and eating the right food so that our brains will work well, and there's a whole hormonal pack or a sense of food that can help support hormones. We're really conscious about the quality of the food that we eat. We're now mimicking what our primal ancestors were doing.
Does that also imply that we should exercise fasted? Because I was thinking about my ancestors, they would have been doing the most physical activity when they hadn't eaten yet.
Right. Yeah.
They would have been doing the most physical activity right before they ate.
Yeah. So really interesting point, and you and I were talking about this in the beginning, is that when you exercise in a fasted state, you're going to get rid of the glucose that's been stored in your muscles. So as that glucose comes out, because your body needs it to go, you don't work 100% off of ketones and 100% off of glucose. You're needing both of them at different moments of your day. So when you're exercising in a fasted state, you're getting ketones, and your muscles are releasing stored sugar, which is great for anybody who wants to lose weight, because now you can lean out those muscles. Now let's go back to what our primal ancestors did. When they came home, they ate meat, they ate protein, and they stimulated something called mTOR. mTOR is when you actually create muscle growth. And what we now know is it takes about 30 grams of protein to trigger these amino acid receptor sites in the muscles to cause them to grow stronger. So for you, if you work out in a fasted state, you're going to release all those stores, you're going to have those ketones for performance, but then you want to follow that up with protein so you can build your muscles strong. And that is a hack that has worked incredibly well for so many people.
Okay. Historically, people have thought that fasting is a one-size-kind-of-fits-all technique, and there's one kind of fasting, which is you might just not eat for a prolonged period of time. But in your book and throughout your work, you describe these 6 different types of fasting.
Twice it tapped that, and twice it didn't trigger it.
And
pretty annoying.
Tell me what the difference is in outcome and benefit.
Yeah.
But let's say it didn't touch it.
Question. So again, fasting is when we switch over.
Yeah.
So now we're in the fat burning place. At about 13 to 15 hours, we start making ketones. This is intermittent fasting. That's pretty much what most people, when they say they're intermittent fasting, that's what they're doing.
Okay, they take 12 to 16 hours.
Yeah. They're making ketones, and testosterone's going up, inflammation's coming down, hunger might be going away. They're kind of having this, a lot of people lose weight with that. It's kind of the most common fast.
Does it matter the window? Does it matter what time I start and what time I end?
You get to choose. You choose what that window should be.
So I could eat at 3 a.m.
You could. There's a whole nother level we can talk about why you don't want to eat in the dark.
What's an ideal window to
I really like, it depends on the time of the year, but in the summer I really like somewhere, if you're gonna do an 8-hour eating window, like 11 to 7 in the summer, and then in the winter, because it's darker earlier, you would do more like a 10 to 5 kind of eating window.
It's not so hard to do 11 to 7.
Right? Not hard at all.
Not hard at all. That's not fasting. That's just having a slightly later breakfast and a slightly earlier dinner.
Yeah. But it's like being intentional, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't want to. You gotta keep blood sugar low. Otherwise, the minute blood sugar goes up, you're gonna switch over.
Right.
So you can't put it. You know, if you walk past the kitchen and put a grape in your mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just.
You pulled yourself up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the first type of the 6 fasting styles. The second is, I'm going to try and say this word, autophagy.
One way of saying it, people say either call it autophagy or autophagy. People say it different. I've kind of landed on autophagy. I feel like autophagy is the best way to say it.
Autophagy fasting.
Yeah. So autophagy fasting is about 17 hours in without food. Your cells will turn within and they'll start to heal themselves. And that was what Dr. Osumi's big discovery was, is that the cells clean themselves up. So what's interesting on this one, and this is something I really want to get out to the world, is that when you stimulate autophagy, what you're doing is you're turning on the intelligence inside the cell, and that intelligence is looking around and it's going, hey, there's a virus, there's a bacteria, get them out. So let's push these infections out of the cell. That mitochondria, it's not working well, we need to repair it. That endoplasmic reticulum inside here, it's lagging, we need to fix it. So it literally goes in and fixes everything inside the cell just at 17 hours. But one of the greatest studies that I've seen in fasting was done during COVID. And it showed that if a virus comes into a cell that's in a state of autophagy, it can't replicate. Viruses have to live off of your energy system. So when viruses go into a cell that's laden with glucose, they have a party in there. They love that. They munch on that, and then they go out and they start replicating.
Oh, is this why I never get sick?
When a virus comes in, it can't replicate. There's nothing inside.
Is this why I never get sick? Because I only eat once a day. Shit. That might be legit. That's interesting.
That cell for that virus to take over, and it dies.
Why does that happen? What's the reason for...
That's really fucking interesting.
The CEO within my cells looking around and saying, right, let's clean all this stuff up.
Well, because once you've stimulated autophagy, there is one goal for that cell, and that is survival. So everything in there is on high alert.
Okay.
Everything is going to be in your survival interest. So a virus is not in your survival interest. So it pushes it out.
So it's kind of like an emergency signal because there's not been food for a while. So it's kind of like the last attempt to do everything the body can to help you make it through this period of hunger.
That's right. That's right. You put yourself in this state of extreme healing. And it's all based off of this idea that your body wants to stay alive.
Okay, so are you writing your book that that's good for balancing sex hormones and preventing colds?
So yeah, with autophagy, it's great for preventing colds. Here's what's interesting about autophagy for sex hormones, is that the major part of your brain for both men and women that control all hormonal control is your hypothalamus and pituitary. That part of the brain does not have a blood-brain barrier, so it's very vulnerable to toxins. So whenever we have massive toxic exposure, that part of the brain starts to malfunction. We see this with polycystic ovarian syndrome, the most common hormonal imbalance for women. Well, a lot of that is this imbalance of testosterone and estrogen, and there's a huge toxic piece that has destroyed or interfered with the part of the brain that controls hormones. So when we look at autophagy, there are certain parts of our system that are more easily influenced by autophagy than others. Well, it turns out the hypothalamus and the pituitary are easily influenced by autophagy and can repair themselves when they're in the state of autophagy. The other interesting cellular makeup that is highly influenced by autophagy are the cells around the testes and the cells around the ovaries. Those are the cells that are putting out sex hormones. And if that whole system is malfunctioning, when you go into a state of autophagy, those cells will respond and become better cells and be better at producing these hormones because of you dipping in and out of the state of autophagy.
That really got me thinking, because I've been looking at a lot of companies from the investment standpoint at the moment that are trying to solve for this macro decline in male testosterone. You know, I had a few guests come on this podcast and tell me that male testosterone has been declining year over year, and then kind of paired with that, we're becoming more and more sexless. Our libidos seem to be in decline. Got a lot of close friends of mine that are taking certain hormonal supplements to try and get their libidos back up. And for the first time ever in a show called Dragon's Den that I'm on in the UK, we had someone come into the den for an investment that was producing a supplement to try and get our sex drives.
Oh, you on Dragon's Den?
And looking at your work and the work around you've done about fasting and what you said there, it seems
Are you one of the Are you one of the investors on Dragon's Den?
the ways we're living our life and what we're eating and our decline in testosterone and our libidos.
There's a beautiful book, I don't know if you've read it, called Countdown. And it's about the sperm counts going down across the world. And I actually brought her onto my podcast, the woman who wrote the book. She said that there's one chemical that's reducing sperm counts more than anything, and it's phthalates. And phthalates are in fragrances. They're in
Shit, Stephen Bartlett is one of the Dragon's Den.
They're in our laundry detergents, they're in our air fresheners. They also are now infiltrated into our water. So they've
Oh, he's one of the... Really?
on our foods, animals that are drinking the water.
Oh, Suleiman?
So it's the number one toxin that's...
Oh, shit. Oh, he had Suleiman on his podcast a couple of months back too, by the way. Out of it. I did not realise. I had no idea. I had no idea. I knew he was good. I didn't realize he was that good. Oh, that's why he started talking about it. He's just joined it last year. Oh no? What? Homeboy done good. Wow. Okay. That's pretty powerful, to be honest. I didn't realize he was so famous. I didn't realize he was such a well-recognized figure worldwide, to be honest. I just like his podcast.
Destroying testosterone levels. And it's a brilliant book, which she read.
You talk about in the Reset Factor, your first book from 2016, chapter 10. You said something which I hadn't quite appreciated. You said that even the things we put on our skin are absorbed into our body, and then they go directly into our bloodstream and into our kidneys. I didn't think, when I read that, it got me thinking, because there's so many things that I sort of unconsciously just spray on my body every day, and I never look at what's in there because I just think it's on the outside and it can wash off.
No.
But now you're saying that.
Yeah. Your skin is a breathable organ, so it's going to push toxins
How do people
out,
not know
and
this?
it's gonna take toxins in. So think about it, if you've ever eaten something that didn't react well with you, you might get a rash. That's your brilliant body trying to push that toxin out. But the same thing happens when you put something on your skin. It actually goes into your body. So a good general rule is if you aren't willing to eat it, don't put it on your skin. And beyond that, if we even look at the microbiome, you have bacteria on your skin that protect you. And that bacteria are actually talking to the bacteria in our gut. There's actually a connection between the two bacteria. So if you start putting things on your skin that destroy that microbiome, you're actually going to ultimately have an adverse effect on the microbiome in your gut. So what you put on your skin is massively important. And then the smell, we know the hippocampus, which is the seat of Alzheimer's and dementia, is also where the olfactory nerve innervates. So when we smell something toxic and breathe something toxic in, it goes straight into the hippocampus and starts to create degeneration in those neurons that are ultimately can lead to dementia and Alzheimer's. Toxicity is a huge human problem.
Toxicity. When you say the word toxicity, how are you defining it? You're saying like toxic chemicals that we introduce into our lives on our skin, consume, inhale, have around us.
Bingo.
And that are in our foods, etc.
Yep, bingo.
What are some of the most toxic chemicals or foods or products that we consume without thinking that you think we need to stop consuming on a day-to-day basis?
Oh,
Deodorant.
The easiest one is plastics, BPA plastic. They say that it's not a matter of if you have plastic in your body, it's a matter of how much. So let's use it in context of
Can you get out, honey?
what we're really motivated by, which is weight loss.
What's BPA plastics?
It's a chemical within plastic that's within our water bottles. It's on
Out.
Tupperware.
Out.
They actually are they're saying that they're now in the microfibers of our clothes, and that's being washed out. It gets really depressing when you start talking about toxins. It gets washed out into our oceans. So, but for the sake of simplicity, it's bottles mostly that you see, but we've got plastic containers, we've got plastic plates, we've got plastic everywhere, and that has BPA in it, and that is a toxin that destroys human health. And the biggest and most interesting thing that BPA plastics do is there was a study around something called an agouti mouse, and they took this mouse that had a gene for obesity, and they were twins. They fed them the same food, they gave them the same amount of exercise, but one of the mice got introduced BPA plastic. And the one that got the BPA plastic all of a sudden started to gain weight, and the hair color started to change. And that was the only difference between these two mice with the same genetic profile. And so then when they detoxed the BPA plastic out, the mouse lost weight. So that was the beginning of us understanding a term called obesogens. And obesogens are toxins that actually make us insulin resistant, actually cause us to hold on to more weight. And that's just one category of toxins.
And that's terrifying.
It is terrifying. To be completely, from the center of my heart, this is why we have to educate ourselves. This is why we have to wake up. We have to understand that we are living in the most toxic time in human history. And it's not just mental stress, it's not just social media, it's a barrage of all of that is pulling us off course. And I can tell you that I have sat with some of the most brilliant doctors who are generally so concerned on the direction of humanity and where we're going because of the abundance of these toxins.
As you said that, I could see a sadness in your face. What is that from?
I think it's really easy when you hear a podcast like this and what I'm saying to reject what I'm saying because it's too overwhelming to understand.
No, it makes... So it already aligns with what I think, so it makes perfect sense to me. So this is... I'm on board with this.
So many people are suffering, whether it's physical or mentally, and they don't realize that it's everything from the food to their shampoos to plastic water bottles. It's so vast, and yet nobody's doing it. And that's where my heart hurts. It's like people are suffering that don't need to be suffering. And if they understood that the modern world we're living in has taken us so off course with our health, and we've got to start to one by one figure out how to bring it back on course. And yesterday I sat with Dr. Dale Bredesen and interviewed him on my podcast. He wrote a book called The End of Alzheimer's. And he laid out 7 things that we need to do to stop Alzheimer's. And he strongly feels that Alzheimer's is optional. You don't have to get that. And those 7 things are so intense. Like, it's everything from detoxing to metabolically switching to prioritizing sleep to human connection to understanding what the best exercise is for you. And it's easy for humans to look at those 7 things and go, I'm out, I can't do all that. But if we want to exist on this planet, we're going to have to do it. That's the new level of health we're in right now. And I love being the cheerleader. I want to be the one that's like, come on, we can do it. But I also need people to understand that where we're living as humans right now is a very, very dangerous place, and it's just in the existence of moving in and out of grocery stores and restaurants and and the drugstore. Everything has a toxic insult on us. And it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming.
Drastic action because we're so drastically far away from where we're supposed to be, where our ancestors were. We've built up this society that's full of plastics and toxins and alcohol and drugs and sugar everywhere, and I can't move in bloody New York City, which is where we are now, without someone offering me, almost every block is really bad food.
Horrible.
But food that tempts the certain part of my brain that maybe is looking to help me stay alive and to survive, whether it's pizza or sweets or whatever it might be. So it is difficult, and I have a great deal of empathy for anyone that's struggling with it.
Me too. It's we've hit a point where the door out for health is multifaceted. It's not just one door. And if you're healthy, then you're just like someone like you just wants to get in better shape, then the path is a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
But what do we do for the person that gets the cancer diagnosis? What do we do for the woman who's suicidal and going through her menopause years? Like, where are we helping her? How are we getting to them? And each time they walk into their doctor's office, they're typically getting a pill and not being taught how to live a life that works with their body in this modern world. That's where we have to get to.
Quick one before we get back to this episode. Just give me 30 seconds of your time. 2 things I wanted to say. The first thing is a huge thank you for listening and tuning into the show week after week. It means the world to all of us, and this really is a dream that we absolutely never had and couldn't have imagined getting to this place. But secondly, it's a dream where we feel like we're only just getting started. And if you enjoy what we do here, please join. We're going to deliver Stars of Fire thing. That's back to the episode. You told me about the first 2 styles of fasting. The first one was intermittent fasting, which is 12 to 16 hours, which is good for weight loss, brain fog, that kind of thing. The second is autography,
Autophagy.
What did I say?
Autography, but I like it.
I said autophagy. I said
It works for
autophagy.
me.
We can play that back. I definitely said autophagy. And if I didn't, we'll fix it with AI. Autophagy fasting, which is 17 to 72 hours, good for balancing sex hormones and preventing illness.
Yeah.
Broadly.
Yeah.
Number 3, we haven't spoken about gut reset fast. What's that?
Yeah, so that's based off a study that came out of MIT that showed 24 hours without food, and your intestinal stem cells inside your gut actually start to reboot themselves. Now, stem cell is a cell that can go to anywhere in the body and repair itself. But at 24 hours, you get a plethora of them in your gut. And in the gut, we've got a damaged microbiome from everything that we've just been talking about. So what I discovered in this 24-hour fast is I could take women that have been on birth control pill for years, people that have been on multiple rounds of antibiotics, people who had been eating horrible food, and I could actually put them through a 24-hour fast once a week, once every couple of weeks. And these stem cells would come in there and they would start to repair. And so now if I teach that person how to eat right, their food is actually starting to build a better microbiome in the gut. So that 24-hour fast became this go-to in my clinic where I could take all these gut challenges and I could start to unwind them just because I knew the body had this capability of making these intestinal stem cells. And it was crazy. Like, we got people off supplements, we got people that weren't making serotonin, which affects moods, comes from the gut, all of a sudden started to become happier. People who hadn't had bowel movements in like 3 days, all of a sudden we started to put in this gut reset, and it was like a miracle. It was incredible.
Number 4, fat burner fast.
So the fat burner fast is probably my favorite for those people who want to lose weight. The research was done that 36 hours without food, followed by 12 hours of eating, and then another 30. They actually did it over a 30-day period, but we've been using it in our community, just dosing it in. That at 36 hours, what happens is that's enough time where the blood sugars come down, where all of a sudden the body, it's so smart, it goes, okay, blood sugar's not coming. We've been in this fasted state, we've triggered autophagy,
40.
we've brought inflammation down, we've made you ketones, we're trying to go find food, but this extra weight, it's not serving you. Because remember, you gotta go find food. So it drops weight. And it's the most beautiful way to get a person to unstick any kind of weight loss resistance. But most importantly, you know where it dropped the most amount of weight from? Where does everybody want to lose weight?
Belly.
Belly.
Yep.
Thighs.
So it is I probably should have called it the fat burning, belly fat burning.
Belly fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so that's what they showed, is that actually a 36-hour fast started to unstick weight loss, and it was started with weight around the belly.
Number 5, the dopamine reset fast.
Yeah, so number 5, I found some research showing that when people go without food for 48 hours, the whole dopamine system will be rebooted. So what's important to know about the dopamine system is it is our molecule.
Well, that's interesting, because when I stopped gaming, I lost my appetite for like a week. I wasn't hungry for well over a week. So that's kind of fascinating, because I know that the dopamine serotonin cycle was absolutely messed up by gaming. So the fact that eating, or the desire to eat, is tied to my dopamine system, or that my dopamine system is tied to eating, and the fact that they had a confluence there, that's okay. That makes sense all of a sudden. Because I was like, why am I not hungry? Well, yep, okay.
Happiness is the thing that it's actually a motivation molecule, and it's a neurotransmitter that allows happy thoughts to go across from neuron to neuron. And so what happens, and I'm sure you've talked about this on your podcast, that we're so dopamine saturated right now. But specifically people who are overeaters, they actually are finding, the study I quote in the book is that they found that people who had food addiction, people who had extra weight, like obese situations, they were not getting as much happiness out of their food because their dopamine receptor sites were saturated. So they had to eat more food to get more happiness. And food is a state changer. It does make us happy. So what they found is if they put them into a 48-hour fast, that they actually rebooted the whole dopamine system and new dopamine receptor sites appeared. So that when they brought food back in to the equation, they actually got more enjoyment out of food with less food.
This kind of got me thinking about a conversation I was having yesterday with some of my team here. We were talking about how it almost feels like sometimes if I've eaten sugar, I can go into a bit of a sugar cycle. What I mean by that is I'll have some sugar, and then like a couple of hours later, I'll have another craving for sugar, and then a couple of hours later, I'll have another craving for sugar. But then at other times, specifically, for example, when I did keto, I did a keto diet for about 8 weeks, 8 weeks, and throughout that period, I didn't have any cravings for sugar. We had some chocolate come into the studio, and I walked over to the chocolate, I smelt it, and I didn't want any of it. It had gone. But then when I'm in my, what I call like the sugar cycle, I'm eating sugar maybe, once or twice a day, and I'm getting like the craving for it, which I just can't seem to resist.
Well, dopamine's a molecule of more. It's not the molecule of enough. So what it does is when you get sugar, you get this dopamine rush, and the brain goes, "Whoo, love that! Give me more of that." And so it's endless. You will never be fully satisfied. It constantly wants you to come back for more and more and more. So when you start to go off the ketogenic energy system, you're getting the same euphoria. You probably felt the same high, the same mental clarity, but you've totally taken this molecule more out of the picture. In fact, dopamine will actually, you get those receptor sites that will be repaired, but you're not getting a big dopamine buzz when you're in a ketogenic state. You're getting ketones.
I was mulling it with my team how long I had to stay away from sugar to kind of get out of that vicious give me more cycle.
My experience has been it's about 3 days.
3 days, that's what I thought. I think I said 4 or 5, but it's just from experience as well. If I haven't had sugar for 3 or 4 days, I mean like a chocolate or something significant in terms of sugar, then after 3 or 4 days the craving for it seems to vanish.
It's not, if you think about that, it's not hard if you're trying to overcome a sugar addiction. Like just bear it for 3 days, and then that dopamine stops barking at you. And then if you tack fasting onto it, now you're getting ketones, and so you're not needing that as much. Ketones kill hunger, and they make you so mentally clear. They give you this euphoric feeling, so you don't have that urge to go for the sugar.
And the ketones come from fasting, which is when the body switches into a light state. The last and final fasting style, immune reset fast.
So immune reset was built off of Dr. Walter Longo's work, and he did a study on people who had cancer or were going through chemotherapy. And one of the challenges we know about chemotherapy is that it wipes out the whole immune system. And so he wanted to see, well, what if I put somebody in a fasted state as they went through chemotherapy? Would there be a difference? What he found is after 3 days of fasting, the white blood cells in our system actually reboot themselves. So what they do is all old white blood cells are sloughed away and new white blood cells emerge. So people were able to come out of that chemotherapy experience and have a stronger immune system as opposed to what we were seeing was that it was wiping the immune system out. So that launched the whole 3-day water fast sort of craze. At least here in America, we're seeing a lot of people that are just going after 3-day water fast to prime their immune system. But you also at 3 days get stem cells, full systemic stem cells. So all of a sudden your body's got surging with stem cells going to all parts of the body, repairing it. A great example I always use on this one was I had an Achilles tendon injury, and nothing was helping it. So I threw a 5-day water fast at it. On the 4th day, I felt this buzz in my Achilles tendon. I wonder what that is. And it stayed all the way through. I went 5 full days, and about the 5th and 6th day, so 6th day I was entering food back in, all the pain completely went away and never came back. I tried everything, and that was the only thing that would help.
It does make, again, evolutionary sense that if our body senses we're injured because we're not eating, or it's another signal that we are on a course to not survive, to put it nicely, it does make sense that it might set about to repair whatever needs to be repaired. You know, because like if I was a wounded human back on the savannas of, I don't know, Africa or wherever we came from, and I'm laid there, and I'm not eating, my body should probably go, okay, Steve might need something fixed, so that we can get back to hunting.
So you're getting it. So survival, that is the number one priority of the body. So when you go without food, you amplify every resource it has to keep you alive. And if repairing my Achilles means I can now go hunt for food, it's going to do that. It's going to make me stronger. And in the book, when I was writing the book, I stumbled upon a really cool hypothesis. It's called the thrifty gene hypothesis. And it said that, it's a theory, obviously it's a hypothesis, it's a theory that the humans that evolved out of the primal days had a very specific genotype. And this genotype allowed us to metabolically flex and be stronger in a fasted state because we had to survive. And the people that didn't make it from that time period didn't have that gene. But think about this for this moment. So they think we all have this gene inside of us right now, this thrifty gene, where we can go long periods without food and we can survive. So what happens when we're eating all day? What happens when we're ignoring and we're not actually activating that genetic profile? So what they are now believing is that diabetes, metabolic syndrome, all of that is largely happening because we are going against the genetic profile that we are now seeing. We're like on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Which is meaning that the survival gene you referenced there is not being...
Hey Defiant, how you doing, buddy?
That's right.
What about coffee? You know, if I'm going to fast for...
How you going, man?
If I'm going to fast, do any of these 6 fasts that you just mentioned break that?
So this is Forex trading. I am currently just backtesting an idea for the week, over the weekend. I've been backtesting it for a couple of days and it's been pretty effective. I've just inverted it, actually, the logic, because I'm a pure technical trader. So I just inverted the logic to try it, see how it works, and I'll go back into account shortly. But yeah, basically what I do is I do this and then I'll run it as a physical test for a couple of weeks, and then if that works I'll write it into a bot and then I'll run the bot, and then I let it go. That's pretty much how I trade. But on this platform there are no bots, so I run them on another platform. Yeah, so I technical trade. I do very little discretionary trading. And I am a firm believer in the psychology being more important than the strategy. Yeah. So that's me, I guess. And if you follow along, which you obviously are now, maybe you will see me discover a new strategy mid-thought, but right now I have one in mind and I'm just running it to see how it plays out. Most of what I do is usually around about somewhere between 40 and 100 R, so somewhere between doubling and 10xing my account over a year. What Forex paper trader is that? This is TradingView. This is like I discovered these guys last year and it is absolutely mind-blowingly good. So I'll just move this out of the way. So I really need to start like selling it on behalf. So they have a free version and a paid version. With the paid version you get this backtesting utility, which is what I'm using right now. Now what is good about this is that, so right now I'm just like theoretical testing using like that's my stop loss and that's my take profit at 1 to 1.2, right? that's what the idea of that is. But and so it's not taking account of things like spread and slippage and all of that, but I'm just rough testing. But what's cool about this is that it's an analytics tool, so you can use it to like zoom in and look at stuff and, you know, draw pretty pictures on the chart, and you can go grab like Fibonacci's and all of the things if you're interested in this shit, which I'm not. But so you can, it's got a huge amount of analytical tools and indicators. On top of that, you can like custom write your own indicators like I have, and then on top of all that, so you've got all these indicators and shit going off on your chart, and then on top of that you can connect like 40 or 50 different registered brokers to it. These are all registered brokers, like they're all verified, registered. So, and you can trade directly off the platform. So you can go to your broker. Let me click the correct button. And you can go to a broker. This is the paper trading account here. And you can literally go, I want to trade this, I want my stop loss to be here, and you put the stop loss in, and you put your risk in, and I want it to be a short and sell. And you can do that on a live account with a paper trading, or with a live account, and it's that simple. And bam, I've just placed a bet, a buy, a short, a sell. Obviously the markets are closed, so it didn't work, but if I went over to Bitcoin to do it, it would have worked. So you can do all your technical analysis. You can save your technical analysis. You can screenshot it for your, like, you can just like screenshot them, create a copy link for your technical analysis. I can open it in a new page and then save that to your journaling if you want. It's such an incredibly cool tool. It's so powerful, it's stupid. And yeah, I've like pretty much everyone that comes over here sees this and they're like, oh shit, and I've got like so many people that get into it. I can I should probably make a link. Are the markets closed? Oh, you're new. Yes, the markets are closed. So Forex markets, see, it's all closed for the weekend, right? So Forex markets, Forex stocks trading, session trading, pretty much everything except for crypto is closed at the moment. So if I go and have a look at crypto is probably still open. Where am I? Here, I am at AUUSD. I don't want to do it in this window. Let me just open a new one. And go to like Bitcoin, BTC being the obvious example, right? And if I grab this, say I want to place a trade, short, there you go. Yeah, so it's live right now. So crypto is still trading. Like I can place a live trade right now on cryptos, but all the other markets are shut. So while the markets are closed, why are the markets closed? Because market traders like to have weekends, I guess, so they close the markets. It means that people can get, like, you got to remember that it's a convention. I mean, they don't really need to be closed these days, but it allows people to have a 9-to-5 job and then go and have a normal life. Like if the markets were open all the time, then traders would be expected to be on the floor all the time and they'd have no life. So it comes from like in the 1970s when people physically had to be on a trading floor in order to trade. So they actually had a normal job as a trader with physical hours where they physically had to go and stand on the trading floor as a broker to get your shorts and your longs off. And that's just it's just carried through from there, really. Yeah, so no trading in the weekends. Besides, the kind of people that trade like I do, it's probably a good thing because it kind of forces you to go outside. I just got back from a walk an hour ago. I went for a 2.5 hour walk, which, I haven't done all week, so, had to go touch some grass at some point. You're bored when you have nothing to trade? So you're a victim of overtrading. You're a victim of your own psychology and the lack of your own discipline. So, which means that you probably lose money trading. I know because I've been there. I have been there. I have done it. It is bad. I feel really strange when I'm not in the market. So, if you look at my previous market strategies, because I'm an algo distribution trader, I'm always in the market, whether I'm winning or losing. I'm losing more than I win. Yeah, and I can suggest that that's probably at least partially part of the problem, is that you're over trading. You are. I don't know anything about you. I don't know how long you've been trading. I don't know what your experience is like. You don't know trading views, so you obviously don't look at a lot of online content. Oh, there's one for you. Don't. Most of the online content that you see, most traders, it's very difficult to see who's genuine and who's like an Instagram fake with fake accounts that look real, and they give you bad advice. Pretty much, if they're selling a course, they're probably fake. Like that's probably the best way to look at it. Yeah. There are very few genuine, actual verified day traders out there. If they don't have like third-party verified brokerage statements, they're probably a fake. And just because they're showing you a brokerage account, like it's probably you can literally go and buy a brokerage and then modify your own numbers. So if you don't see them take money from their brokerage into a crypto wallet or something, they're probably fake. Yeah, it's such a pity that the industry is like that at the moment. So don't go following everybody's advice. Just don't. You're losing more than you win. Okay, are you losing more often than you win, or are you just losing bigger amounts than your wins? Are you trading according to a system, or are you trading discretionarily? In other words, are you technical, or are you like, do you have a set of rules and when I see this pattern I do this? Or are you like, oh yeah, I think it's going to go up, click. Or somewhere in between? I have bigger gains than losses, but I am down. So you're having, so you've got a positive R ratio, but you're taking trades that are losing trades. But you're closing them earlier, but you're just getting more lost trades. You're a technical trader, but recently tried to learn options. Okay, so what do you normally trade then? If options is new, what's your normal trading? And here's one of the traps, is that if you're learning one type of trading, and you're not having success, so you flip to a different type because you're not persisting, then you might be doomed to failure anyway. I'm scared to take risk. I sold a position for 21 and instead you could have made 3k. So what? So if you're a technical trader, let me explain how I'm seeing this and why I'm saying so what. Because there's a few layers to unpack right there. Okay. If you're a technical trader, then you want a technical analysis for your entry. You want a technical analysis for your exit. You want to have actual reasons for entering and exiting. And if you exit at your exit point, then it doesn't matter if it keeps going and you could have had more wins, okay? Because overall you know that your strategy wins and you're going to make money. So that one outlier that kept going and you could have made money, whoop-de-doo, doesn't matter. Because your system is what matters. Right? That one time that you could have made extra money, oh well, tough shit. Because if you didn't listen to the system and you held on to it and then it went the other way and you're not trading your system, then you've lost money instead of making it. Right? It could go either way. So if you're technical trading for your entries, you probably want to be technical trading on your exits as well, which means that if you've got an indicator that says buy here, you probably want, it doesn't have to be the same indicator. You could have a different set of indicators or a different set of rules to say that once you've bought, this is how you sell, or where you sell, whatever. And then just follow that. And stop worrying about the wins and losses, because you know if your system works, that over time you're going to win, right? I mean, I can't show you here because I've just reset it. But even if I play this out right now, look, so I've got a system here that says to buy here and sell here, which I've done, okay? Now I play this out, this might rip all the way down here. Have I lost out? No, not really. So if this rips down, right, look, I lost out on all of this gain here. I could have had 2 to 1 instead of 1 to 1. I don't care. What if it had reversed and I'd lost that trade instead of won it? It doesn't matter. Unless my trading system is to follow that down until the reversal, well then I need a set of rules to say what that reversal looks like so I know when to get out. The other thing is, don't look at the money. Okay? The amount doesn't matter. That the number of dollars is irrelevant until you're making so many that you can make a living off it. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is your risk to return ratio. So if you're trading 1% or 10%, it doesn't matter. So say 10% because it's easy even to understand, even if it's a terrible idea. If you look at your system and your system overall, like it wins an R, loses an R, wins an R, loses an R, if overall at the end of the year you're up 20 R, then you've got a winning strategy and you just do it, right? Because 20 R on a 10% risk reward ratio means that you would double your account. So it doesn't matter if it's $1,000 or $10,000. What matters is, are you increasing your account by your risk to reward ratio? Because one day that'll be $30,000 or $300,000. Yeah, cool. Thank you kindly. Hey, OnlyBans. Ha, that's cute. So looking at your risk to reward ratio is far more important than looking at your how much I won on this trade. Okay, if you're looking at that, it's not a sustainable model. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Oh, I'll take that. Thank you kindly. So, yeah, so I'm not a believer in teaching people a strategy and saying this is how you make money. I'm definitely more about teaching people a psychology and how to become immune to those ups and downs. Like, for me, it says you're muted, I think. What does that say? I don't understand. So for me, like, my key to my trading is in backtesting. So I'm sitting here in the weekend. Okay, so I'm sitting here in the weekend. Thank you for the subscription, by the way. Backtesting. I actually enjoy this process. I really enjoy watching the numbers go up and down and then counting it up to see if it works or not, and then looking for a new way to do it. This is my favorite part of trading. I like this more than watching the numbers, watching the money go up. Which, happens some weeks, which is nice. But I'm a nerd and I'm an outlier. Like, people can't replicate what I have done from the point of view of how quickly I became profitable. But I am an outlier. The underlying psychology remains the same, but the intensity with which I can do what I do isn't normal. And I recognize that, and I want other people to just at least acknowledge that. You can still win. You're not going to get there as quickly as me, probably. But my brain is different. I can still try and help people to understand the psychology. That's a long story. Don't worry. I'll shut up. The average day trader doesn't become a profitable day trader for 5 years. I've been doing this for 7. So you can't compare where you are with where I am. But in saying that, I've got guys who joined me maybe a month ago, and they've gone from nothing to being profitable in a month, which is just absolutely crazy to me. It took me so long, but just him being there and watching me and talking to me like every day, I guess he's picked up on some stuff, and the fact that he's gone profitable so quickly is just ludicrous, but awesome. Are you a purely you have a technical entry point, right? So you have a set of signals, whatever it is. It doesn't matter if it's Fibonacci lines or EMA or some custom thing that you've got. It doesn't matter, right? You've got an entry point. Everyone has an entry point. Is that a technical analysis, or is it a naked chart analysis? Like, are you looking at the candle patterns? What sort of thing are you looking at? And then when you find that entry, how do you find your exit? Are both of those technical? Like, do you have a specific technical exit point? For me, I have one of my systems has a technical exit point, and it would have exited this trade like here somewhere. But with this system that I've got, I have a blanket 1 to 1.2 risk to reward ratio because of how the back work works. But that's not the point. It's still a technical exit, right? 1 to 1.2 risk to reward ratio. I want to say I don't care what your system is. Like, I don't need the details. I'm just wondering about whether you have a technical entry and a technical exit. You don't have to. It's not the only way to trade, but I'm just wondering where you're at. Also, you're on Twitch, so there's a Discord link in the Twitch, and that's the easiest way to connect and have like actual conversations with me, because we can like share screenshots and stuff on there a lot easier. Ah, that's actually nothing. I don't take that trade right now. But this one here is weird. Like, it should have been here somewhere, and it was taken there. Okay, so I've moved that by accident at some point. Got it. I think I lose that trade, right? That was the trade indication. That was the... Yeah, I lost it instantly. Okay. I lost that one instantly. That one, I think I'll win. I'm not as clever as I think I am. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, damn it. Damn it. Oh, I got that one though, so that's okay. There's one there. I've lost you. Have I lost you? Are you gone? You still with me, buddy? Yes, so there's one there, right? But the previous high is weird, because it's way up here. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Yeah, so that went straight into profit. I thought it would. I think you'll find that the double up will go into profit as well, but I just feel like it's going to take way more than twice as long. That's a sketchy. Oh, no, okay, that's cool. That's on the down. I'll take it. I'll take it. And then 1 to 1.2. Oh, and it goes into profit right there. Okay, so that's a win. Look for the next downtrend one. There it is there. Take that on the downtrend. I'd probably take it back to that one. The one 1.2. I mean, this is so dumb that this works. Well, not really. I mean, I spent 3 weeks fucking developing this this indicator is custom. I built it. So the fact that it works is actually really good. I only been trading for a year, but I didn't take it seriously until 3 months ago. Oh yeah, that's fine. I was kind of the same actually. I mucked around with it and I took it seriously for a few months. Realized I could actually do well at it. Wrote some bots that did well for a few years. And then stopped taking it seriously and lost all my money last year. And then started taking it seriously again this year. So, yeah. So, don't worry, I've been there. You're not the only one. But taking it seriously for 3 months is good. Be aware that, generally speaking, if you're really dedicated to it, it takes about a year. You can't always trust a company. I lost money, but it taught me a loss. I don't understand. I learned that you can't always... A lesson. Yeah. Why is that? Is your name Black? Oh, your name is Black, so I can't see it because my background is black. Got it. What, you mean like a broker? What was the lesson? He thought he invested in a good company but was wrong. Hey, Black or Block? Not sure what that is. Block, okay. So here's my thought on that real quick, right? So there's a lot of traders who are like ethically inclined. They'll only trade in ethical companies or good companies trying to do good things. Some people won't trade in, like, for example, some people won't trade into companies that do firearms because they're against firearms, which is fine. It was 2 and they lied about getting the $1 price point and they moved their meeting up a month, which usually means good news, but they surprised us. Okay. And then some companies do shitty things like that and they'll pump their prices and then dump and then you lose everything. I've got one guy who comes in here like every month and he's like, what do you think about blah 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 stock? And I'm like, I'm sure I've heard this. So I go and look at it and the stock's just done this. And he's like, when do you think it's going to turn around? And I'm like, it's not. Yeah, so that's a news-based post, and again, I'm a purely technical trader, and like a news post will hurt me for like one trade, and I never have like one big trade relying on the news. I've got a couple of buddies in here that are millionaire traders that actually do trade that way, but I don't. I'll lose like, I might lose like 50 or $100 on a trade like that because my system feeds overall over like a win-loss distribution. Yeah.
Hey, can I talk to you?
Sorry, what's up?
Did you tell Ernie about what happened yesterday?
Sort of. Yeah, why?
Did you tell him about the fight?
Which fight?
With him and her and Smitty.
No, I didn't say anything about that, I don't think. I told him about the dog.
Yeah.
I don't think I mentioned Smitty.
Yeah, well, she's hard not to put on no mask today. Because when he got his car going, he ripped it up outside the back door.
Oh, yeah, look, Smitty would have told him because Smitty's got to move out.
Eh?
Smitty would have told. Well, she kicked Smitty out.
When?
Yesterday.
Again?
Well, that's why they had the fight.
Oh, she kicked him out?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So Ernie will be real pissed at her.
Oh, yeah, because I saw when he told me where he got.
Yeah, Smitty would have told him, probably.
And what happened to your dog?
Nothing. They, like, when I was over there talking to Smitty,
Yeah.
the dog guy was there, like the dog,
Yeah, and she was out here.
Yeah, so my dog was sitting there like calmly by my feet. I was talking to Smitty, and she's like, "What's this?" Walked out, like stormed out, comes down the driveway, slams the gate. So my dog's like, "Fucking," and then she fucks off, and she's like, "Look how violent the dog is," to the council guy, and the council guy, yeah, and so she was trying to like show how aggressive my dog is towards her, and then he comes over, and I'm like, she winds him up. She winds her up every day. Like, she winds my dog up. No wonder my dog doesn't like her. Well, that and the fact that she, stole property out of here. So.
I beg your pardon? She stole property.
Not technically. No, I mean technically it was hers, right? But she texted me at work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is like 2 years ago.
Mm.
She sent me a text saying, "I want my stuff back." I was at work, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I want my stuff back. I'm driving, so I hadn't even checked it because I was, truck driving. On that contract I was doing.
Right. She came in here, right? And you told better, right?
Yeah.
Or she shouldn't be in your property.
Exactly. Like, she didn't even give me a chance to get home to get it back to give it to her. She just fucking came in the same day without giving me any warnings. So, it's her fault she got bitten.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I got bitten too.
So Brandy, well, not her.
Protection.
Huh?
For protection.
Who bit you?
Eh?
Who bit you?
Oh no, I got attacked by these dogs next door. I went over there for a beer a couple of weeks ago. And
Sorry, man.
Tom asked me. And then she told me to fuck off and I got bitten. So Ernie, I went over this morning. X-Man was there. He went around, went back and told Abby. And then Ernie ran me out and ended up in hospital.
Oh yeah, I remember. Smitty's girlfriend. Oh no, Ernie's girlfriend, Abby. Abby gave you a lift to hospital. Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Was it your fault? Was it her fault?
No, it was not my fault. I was getting kicked out. And I was bleeding. The bloody dog kicked me.
Ah, yeah, okay. I don't know. That's a bit weird.
So Smitty's been kicked out.
Yeah. Well, that's why his car's not here.
Again. And what was all that over TK yesterday?
Something about TK and a petrol pump or something.
Yeah, well, he was starting his car up, eh?
Yeah, something. I'm not too sure. But I came out. I went out yesterday because there was yelling and shit, and
No,
so
I saw that.
I just came out to make sure that it didn't. Because if it was going to get any worse, the two of us there, she's not going to do anything, you know.
Mm.
Yeah. So that's all that was.
Then I saw the animal control and I thought, fuck my dog.
Yeah. No. I got animal control because
No, she rang them.
Yeah, I know. So animal control came over and they're like, oh yeah, no, just keep your dog on a leash. I'm like, no. Thanks, but no.
Well, she won't hurt anybody.
She won't hurt anybody. Like, that's the thing. Like, he came over and knocked on the door and she's like, woof. Then comes out, sniffs him, and then leaves him alone. I'm like, she's no threat to any. The only person she's a threat to is. And that's because she fucking throws shit at my dog. Of course my dog's not going to like her.
Well, see, when they were having the fight yesterday, I was trying to calm my dog down because he doesn't like arguments.
Yeah, no, nor does she. She'll get in the middle, man. Yeah, no, she'll rip some shit up. So yeah, that's why I kept her inside.
She's no curtains are open today. She's not outside. But when Ernie got his car going last night, somebody must have rung him. And when his car, because I've got his sorter here, and when it got going, he ripped his holes in the outside of the back door.
Yeah, letting her know he's home, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, cool. Yeah, because she did the same shit to to Ernst as well. So
Yeah,
Ernst doesn't like her. Nobody fucking likes her. I'm sorry to say, nobody likes her.
We're gonna get rid of her somehow.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Like, this one keeps telling me not to make a noise. I'm like, you know what the problem is? We're all fucking acting like we're afraid of her. There's 9 of us here, and then there's her, and we all hate her. So why are we all tiptoeing around her? She should be fucking off, not the rest of us fucking being quiet and trying not to upset her. Fuck that. Fuck that.
That's what I said to Ernie. When he got his TV that day, I said, hey, you be careful. And she followed her into his house. You heard her?
What we need to do is every time there's a thing, is the 9 of us all ring the cops every time.
Because I heard her having to go to her kids twice.
Yeah, so just ring the cops.
And what are they going to do?
No, it's not about what they're going to do, right? It's about creating a record that shows that she's the problem. Right? So that when there's a problem, when she gets beaten up by her 13-year-old boy because she's fucking screaming at him, or when one of the neighbors comes over and attacks her, it's like, no, she's got this record of her inciting trouble and being a pain in the ass and harassing her neighbors. And if that's all on record, then when it's like, oh, there's a problem, you can look back at the record and say, well, actually, she starts the fights. Because if it's like, oh, no, they came over and they beat me up and blah, 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 poor me, they'll just believe fucking poor solo mummy around on the corner. But if there's this like record of 9 people ringing in every day saying she's a fucking problem, then they're more likely to believe, I mean, it means you're narking. No, not really. She's a fucking problem. Let's deal with the problem.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her to hit my house too. Don't know why, but she might hit me too.
Well, then she would just get deleted. Like, honestly. If she starts, like... If she was going to do something... Nah, she won't. Because me or Ernie or someone would just... Like, she'd vanish.
Oh no, Ernie wouldn't do it.
Nah, probably... He can't afford to.
No, he can't.
No, he can't afford to. But, you know, like... she would... She can't because she would just be causing too many problems. If she did that... You know what? If she did that, she might vanish. Like, she might... If she comes over to hit you... Like,
that's assault.
It's assault. You call the cops, she goes to jail. That's what I mean. Not like I'm going to bury her in the backyard, vanish, but like we'll be able to like put her into rehab or something. You know, just something. We'll be able to take some kind of action that we can actually like legally deal with her, so that we aren't at fault. And I know a lot of people around here think that the cops are horrible and they're pigs and blah blah blah, but this is what they're for.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I know, curtains aren't open. I haven't seen her outside today. I haven't seen PK outside either.
No, it's been very quiet there today.
Yeah, curtains are closed because I know when Ernie got his car going, he wrapped.
Oh, I know they were home this morning, but I don't.
Still home.
Oh, okay.
The car's still there. But they're hiding because they know Ernie's in town, but he ain't in town because I know he's...
Oh, no, he went to Auckland last night. He was out.
Yeah, I know he went to... Oh, I don't know if he went to Auckland last night or this morning.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. Whenever he left. I don't know, I was asleep. But yeah.
Yeah, I know he's in Auckland for tomorrow.
I don't know how... Yeah, okay. She doesn't know that.
Eh?
She doesn't know that.
No. And I said, I've got his daughter, and I said, don't go over there, right? Don't go.
Yeah, no, so it's okay. It was a formal warning to keep my dog under control, but I'm like, you do realise that my dog's not the problem, right?
It's her. Yeah, I looked at him, and an old man followed me down the driveway. Oh, shit, you better go home.
Yeah, she told him that she's not registered and not chipped and blah, 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 and I'm like, yeah, she is. He's like, well, she's not registered at this address. I'm like, so? She doesn't have to be. He's like, yeah, that's true. I know what the registered address is. It's this. He goes, do you want me to update that? And I'm like, nope.
Yeah, my dog's chipped. I don't register me, don't go outside.
Yeah.
But she'll come over and she knows little me. But he didn't like that arguing yesterday, and I had to tell him, shut up, when Uncle Smitty's been kicked out.
Yeah, that's what all that shit was about, was Smitty getting kicked out yesterday. And so he told her what he actually thought of her, and that's why there was a big fucking argument, because basically because she's a solo mum who gets paid by the government and he has to go get a job, and he works at
Roebuck.
Yeah, but he can't afford a house, but she doesn't have to work and she gets a house for free, so he's pissed off about it.
Well, how come she can't work when PK's about 13? You asked me that question.
Oh, she can work. What do you want about?
Well, I remember having PK.
Her-
She did kiwi fruit, and then she got fired.
I was going to say, her personality means that she wouldn't have a job. That's why. Because she's hard to get along with.
Oh, yeah, tell me. She don't talk to me, and I don't talk to her.
So, I can't... Are you... Smitty said that... Was it Smitty? I think Smitty said that you're related.
To who?
I know you're related to Ernie. I don't know. Are you related to her?
To who?
No? Okay.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, no, the little man all there. Oh, what is a good idea? Oh, I know she calls me auntie.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's getting confused then. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, other than that, I mean, it was just... Who's that? Alright, sweet. Yeah, other than that, no, there's nothing.
Oh, no, I'm only related to Ernie.
Yeah, I know that. Hey, beautiful. Yeah, no. So, yeah, no, there's nothing. It's fine. It's a non-event as far as I'm concerned. Storm in a teacup. Yeah.
Right, I just thought your dog. No, It's like a little mouse over here today.
Yeah, well.
Hey? Who? Tom? Well, she going off now.
Oh, hey, look.
Jesus, not one thing is another.
This neighborhood is nothing if not entertaining.
And it's very entertaining.
It's entertaining.
I was cracking up at yesterday. She came out with a water bottle, and I said, go serve him. So he's got kicked out again.
Well, he didn't get kicked out. She kicked him out. There is a subtle difference there. I mean,
that's the second time he's been kicked out.
I know. Wonder how long before she runs out of money and needs him to come move back in again.
Oh yeah, well, she needs the money, eh? Because for a habit.
You gotta pay for the habit somehow. Yeah, exactly.
Oh God, now the neighbours having a fight. Fucking hell, lucky I don't have a mail. Thank Christ for that.
Yeah. What? How does that logic work?
Well, I used to have a fight every day because I used to get beaten up by mates.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, no. If she had a boyfriend, she wouldn't have a boyfriend because
Nobody wants her.
nobody want that. Nobody want to put up with that shit.
She's a poor old woman.
Yeah.
She won't come to my house.
Oh, she won't come to mine either. Anyway, Chrissy, thank you.
Okay, then.
Catch you later.
I'll see ya.
Yeah, no, everything's alright, thank you. Just normal shit. Welcome to the neighborhood. Yeah, it's entertaining. Anyway, I was in the middle of the conversation, sorry. Then I had somebody rudely interrupt me in real life. Yeah, what were we talking about? I can't remember. So, there's no inconfluence there, I don't think. Yeah, sorry, man. So, I don't know, if I'd had that on close, I'd have caught that there on the close. I think I'd have caught this. Realistically, I'm pretty sure I'd have caught it. And just like being able to score that. I don't know where that's going to go. I have a pullback system, so like if I was going to keep I would close that there, but I have a pullback system where I could close this, put this here, wait for a pullback like that, and then I'd put this below this at the bottom here and then run it, and there it closes. So I'd close that at 2.7 because I have a technical analysis for that setup, you see. So I have a technical close for a big draw like that, which gives me 2.7. So that's 1, 2, and I'm going to call it a half so I can count them later. So anyway, you say that you have technical analysis, right? Do you have a technical entry and a technical exit? Like, do you have a set of rules for how you enter and exit? I'm hungry. Ugh, mother. Why is that making me emotional? It shouldn't be making me emotional. I shouldn't be getting emotional about it. There's no need to be emotional about it. And then I'd have placed one on that one and then lost it instantly as well. Cool story. Next. I could put it there. I probably would have put it there and I'd win. I'm curious to see what would happen if I put it here. Whoa, okay, so that would have lost, yeah. Alright, so let's say I lose that trade. I still here. Let's say I lose that trade, just out of curiosity. Even though the truth is, I would have put it here, and then at a 1 to 2, 1 to 1.2, I'd have won that trade. I would have. Just. But let's say I lost it, just out of curiosity. Nope, that one. I'll take that one. Where is that exactly? That is there. That is there. 1 to 2. Play. I could do 1 to 1. I'm going to lose that. Okay. Play again. I missed that trade. Oh, I'd have won it too. I wouldn't know what to do with that trade. I'd leave it, so I'd wait. That trade there I'd take right there. Yeah. 1 to 1.2. And I win it instantly. Awesome. Are you there? Yeah, I'm asking if you how your technical analysis works, more or less. Like, are you? I just got this on like super accelerated, so like I could be doing this candle by candle, but I just can't be fucking bothered because I'm just like testing the major confluence idea of this. Because it's a strictly technical analysis setup, I can, even if I'm backtesting, even if I miss it, I can still go back and go, well, this is where I would have, if I was following it strictly. So I'm kind of cheating, but not really. You'll notice that even on the ones where I lose, I'll still like fill them out. Pretty sure I lose this one too, actually. Had this funny feeling that was gonna happen to me. Come on. Give me something good. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. And then 1 to 1.2, and that like instantly goes into win. Technically that's right there, so I almost want one more down. But if I'd seen this with one candle at that rate, like right there, I'd have probably just closed it anyway. But I want to know if the trade wins or not. Like, I'm just wondering, am I better off just closing that? Yeah, I would have been. Look at that. Yeah, it would have been. It's just curious, but I know I would have closed that. Especially on a 3. Like, I'd lost 3 in a row, so I'd close that at 90% pretty happily. There's another downswing there. So I take it. 1 to 1.2. And we lose it. And wait for the next one, which should be a green. The next candle might be, oh no, the next candle will be a red. Green, red. That's weird, there should be a green right there. What's going on? No? That's a bit odd. That's definitely odd. There's a red there. But that's a green, so we ignore this. This is feels very strange to stay out of trade for so long for me. I'm so used to being in the market like 24/7, man. And to have a trade running and not be active on it is, it's foreign, man. It's like another language to me. It's really uncomfortable. Come on. Damn it. Ah, there he goes. Sweet. Nope. Wait for a red, which should be any... There you go. Any second. And then... take the 1-to-1. That's 1.24, but we'll see what happens. We lose the trade. We catch another red. So we do it again. Man, why am I so hungry? 1 to 1.2. I gave that more room than I should have, and I lose again. If I'd done that properly, I would have won the trade, I think. No, I still lost it. Okay, that's cool. Do I catch that? Do I put one here? And I lose that one? Do I win that one? I lose that one. Yeah, that's scary. Okay, so I will go with full trades from now on. Like, that's important to know. No half bar trick. Half bar works on the other strat that I use. It doesn't work on this one. Got it. Yeah, see, that would have won. Okay. So no half bars. Got it. What? What's this? Well, how do I have two? I don't know.
Fast. Yeah. It does break it.
No, well, it depends. Okay, so this. I'm just
I
laughing.
need a yes or no.
I can't give you a yes or no on
That's
it.
fine.
I'm gonna give you most likely.
Okay.
No, let me give you most likely. I'm gonna give you
yes or no. It does break it.
No, well, it depends. Okay, so this.
Offbeat.
That's right.
Interesting. What about being active?
Okay. So, where am I? MX is back. Clever's back. Monkey's back. Balin's right kneecap. Is that you? I've lost my chat window. There we go.
We're overloading our bodies.
Yeah.
Hello.
Which is meaning.
Yeah, hi. OnlyBans. OnlyBans and Block. You guys are buddies, I take it. Yeah, sorry, that was a little bit of excitement for the morning. It was a bit of a fisticuffs next door yesterday. There was a bit of a run-in between my neighbours and my dogs. My dogs won. Yeah, I see that. I presume that's the kneecap. Yeah, so yeah. So if you Oh, I could have taken that trade. Damn it. Okay, so that green there. Presuming that I saw it and took it, presuming that I saw that and took that, did I win the trade? No, I lose it. No. Oh, that's rough. Oh, come on. Oh, I'll take this one here next to it instead. Yeah, so I'm just like, I'm wondering, I'm curious if you're losing trades because of your trading system or because of your psychology and not sticking to your trading system, or even better, having an entry which is technical and an exit which is discretionary and chickening out and then losing trades that way. I think that's what you're probably doing. But I'm just, trying to get to the bottom of it. I want to solve your problems, man. Fucking look at this. So all this here is like lost money, right? I could have like taken this trade down and just It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. I used to. I do. I mean, I look at it now and I'm like, yeah, I could have run all that. I have another strategy that would have run all that, and it would have done terribly because of this one pin here would have actually caught me out, probably. So that instantly goes into profit, which is lovely. This one here's a loss, that one there's a loss, that's okay. And nope, wrong one, that one is there. Look at that one bar. The very next bar. And if I wanted to play the hold strategy, the bar after it as well. Sorry. Hang on. Oh, somebody sprayed something in the main house. Oh. I'm allergic to it. Oh man, it's insane. I'm so hungry, dude. I shouldn't be. I mean, I went for a walk an hour ago down to go see a friend at the cafe, and when I was at the cafe I wasn't even the slightest bit hungry. Now I'm home and I just want to eat. Here we go, there's a trade. I'll take that quite happily, thank you. I mean, look, I see that. Nah, screw it, I don't care. I could take most of this. That's not my strategy anymore, dude. Well, that's not this strategy, dude. That's a 1.22 instead of 1.1, but we lose pretty comfortably on this, which is okay. Which is okay because another opportunity is coming. Man, that puppy is noisy. There we go. And we grab that. Oh, that's a win, actually. And then we get another one here, which is like there, I think. Yeah, it's actually that trade there. I'd be inclined to put that there. I feel like this is about to reverse and I should have this really tight, but I'm not going to. I'm going to give it a bit more room to breathe. Yeah, I thought it was going to reverse. That's okay. So it stops me out there. I could just buy there. I know I can. Am I Aussie? I'm New Zealand. So I knew I could buy there. And I put that there and just let that rip. In fact, my other strategy, this is an invalid trade. Like, I've got to delete this. This isn't part of my main strategy. I'm just curious to see what happens. Ah, okay, doesn't even matter. Would have closed it at 1 to 1.5, so not a big deal. I was just curious. New Zealand, but yeah, it's pretty kind of like sort of close to Australian. That's a 1.5, which is a nice little extra take. Just a little extra take. Nope. Nope. Yeah, there we go. That one. Okay. Okay. Na 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 na. No, 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 no. Oh, ha, ha. Oh, I'll catch it. Sweet. Sweet, bro. Hello, Jeff. How you doing, buddy? Wow, I got lots of people coming to say hi today. It's actually really nice. How we going? This is, win. Excellent. So, I'll go back and count all this in a minute, and then run it on a calculator and tell me how many millions I made. Wow, look at that trade, man. Some days I wish I was running my other system on this, but I'm not, so, you know, I don't. You doing good? That's good. It's good. I'd put that there, put this to 1.2. This trade, this setup is more reliant upon the risk management multiplying in the wins than the actual strategy itself making money. So it's like a long-term trade setup that's a stop loss there. What happens? We go straight into loss. Or do we make it? No, we lost. Okay, so we don't get to ride the rest of that out. We get 1.5. So this strategy makes money by the R multiple on the risk management setup because it wins so consistently, rather than my normal setups, which sort of make money on the tight stop. Oh, cool. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm fairly new to trading and investing one stock into Nvidia, and it has worked out very well. Yeah, well, Nvidia's pretty solid, to be honest. At the moment, or lately, they have been fairly reliable on the upswing. Yeah, you could probably do the same thing with AMD. Like, computers in general are going up, and as long as Bitcoin remains a thing, Nvidia stock is going to continue to skyrocket, purely because graphics cards, until somebody develops a graphics card or a specific crypto card which will beat graphics cards, is more affordable. And even then, Nvidia cards are like being developed specifically for crypto farming. So as long as that continues to be a thing, and as long as people still believe in crypto farming, Nvidia's just gonna keep rising, man. That's an opinion. Don't trust anything that random internet dude has to say. Chips are an issue? Probably. Don't they make chips? A lot of their chips are third party now, I think. I'm not too sure. I'd have to look into it. Like, it was an issue during COVID when nobody could gain access to the raw materials because everyone was in lockdown and shit. But now that that's all over, I think the chips thing was a fallacy. I mean, it made the prices of that stuff absolutely skyrocket. It was insane. But I think that whole chips thing has lately died down a lot. I don't think it's such a big issue this year as it was last year. And I think the next time we get a COVID-like situation, people are just gonna tell their governments to go get fucked. To be honest, I think people are going to go, nah, not doing that shit again. Like 80% of the early deaths from COVID were not from COVID. They were from the fact that they put people on ventilators, and they had the ventilators ramped up so high and had the people on ventilators for so long that the ventilators actually killed the people, not the COVID. Like they actually, the ventilators actually were damaging the people's lungs, not COVID. TSMC makes for Tesla. Well, it depends on what you have faith in and what you believe in for technology wise. I mean, the technology sector is a pretty interesting place to put your money because technology's changed so rapidly. I mean, right now the biggest moving technologies you can get your hands on are like solar and lithium because of Tesla. Chip manufacture because of silicon, and like AI technologies, because that's honestly terrifying. That's going to be a problem. AI is going to be a problem. Really? Yeah, AI is going to be a problem. Good and bad. But if you can find a decent AI company that they might be worth investing into, they might be worth looking at. Keep an eye on that space. But I'm not really into stocks and stuff. I'm more of a Forex purely technical trader, and so I just trade off indicators and raw market analysis, which is what you're looking at right now. I just lost 3 in a row. That does not happen often. But I mean, bastard. I mean, I am just playing with my new indicator that I developed over the week, so that's kind of a tricky question. So Forex is kind of new for me. Oh no, it's not. Hang on, how do I answer this? I made about 200k over 5 years. I made like 100k in the last year of that. So I made like 100k over 4 years, and then I made 100k in 1 year, and then I got lazy and I lost almost all of that because I got lazy. And then a couple of months ago I got determined, and so now I'm back into it, but I don't have 200k anymore. So I pretty much double my account every month, but my account's tiny. So and by the way, that's not normal. Most people can't do that, and you can't do it for long, and you can't do it consistently, but that's where I'm at the moment. What is the best way to get into trading? Nvidia has an interesting idea with AI that makes frames with AI. How much do you make a year? Okay, so Nvidia has an interesting idea with AI. Well, that's fine. I mean, I don't know anything about it. There's 2 technologies that have a confluence that could take off, so I don't know. Maybe look at it if you're into stocks. What's the best way to get into trading? The best way to get into trading... So the first thing... I made 2 videos about this. The first thing to be aware of is that it is a long game. It's going to take 3 to 5 years for you to get functionally profitable. For most people, it's about that. most people will tap out before then, and that's why they're not profitable, because they don't put the work in for the time that's required. They're like high school dropouts that drop out in the first year, so they go broke. Well, they go broke and then they drop out after the first year. At about 3 to 5 years, you start, like 3 years you'll start breaking even, 4 or 5 years you'll start making money. That's pretty much how it works. So if you want to make money in Forex, you pretty much need to be doing it for 5 years on average. What's the best way to get into trading? The best way to get into trading is not to. You get a demo account, and you play with the demo account until you are profitable on a demo account for a year, or at least 6 months, but probably a year, and then you get into trading. I am gonna make a video series. I need to do it. I'm too fucking lazy. On the basics, and pretty much like what I'm doing right here, this backtesting, is maybe the singularly most important thing you can do. And being honest with it. Like, oh, I would have like seeing it move and then going, oh no, I would have actually, and then not seeing the true results of what you were doing, and then like manipulating your own results. It's so easy to do that, and the only person that you're fooling is yourself. Like, for example, I can see that the next trade that I would take would be a loser, right? Because I've got this on high speed, so I'm not stopping it fast enough. But I can see this trade right here. I take this trade right here. I know that I'd have put this here, maybe even here. So let's say I'd have put it here. I'd have lost that trade. I can see that. So I'd have an inclination to go, oh, I wouldn't have taken that trade. I know I would have taken that trade. And then I'd have lost it. So there's a losing trade for me. Whoop-de-fucking-do. And being honest with yourself with that kind of stuff is actually pretty huge. That trade I take. And no cheating. Now this is going to be a long trade probably by the looks of this. I don't like how this is playing out already. I really don't. But how I feel isn't really that important. Damn it. I'm just curious, if I'd put that there, I'd have made it. But I didn't put that there. I should have put it there. Actually, I'm going to put that in my notes. So is the box sell limits. So I run on kind of the green and red one. Yeah, so it's your stop loss. It's your stop loss and you take profit. So the way that I'm doing this is presuming that I buy at market value, and I place my stop loss based on a couple of little rules that I have. And then my take profit is just 1.2 of the stop loss. So it's kind of pretty simple. I mean, I've got another strategy where I like take confluence losses until I catch a trend, and then I'll multiply that trend based on the number of losses I had previously, and that works. Like I can get like 1 to 25 doing that. but I can take 10 or 15 losses before I get one win. So I was just trying something that's a little bit different on another pattern that I spotted the other day, just to see if I can get like more consistent. Well, I'm at 4 now. Wins more consistently. Oh, it's going to go up. I know it is. And then it goes down. You bastard. That's there. And then 1.2 is there. Is that what I... Hang on, let me get zoomed in on this because I can't really see what's going on in here. That's a confluence trade. That goes to that point there. So this is... Oh, I wonder. I just wonder. Okay, I would have made it anyway. Sweet as. Svit Vogan. And so, like, normally with most people, they try to make their money off, like, getting this nice tight stop loss like this, which multiplies this out to 8R, if you can see that. Can you see that? Yeah, you should be able to see that. But the idea of this strategy, I'm only making 1.2, but the multiples are in the risk system that I have, which I spent a few years developing, which I kind of keep to myself. I don't really explain to other people how it works, because it's pretty fucking risky. I mean, for me it's safe because I know what I'm doing, and I've been playing with it for years, but if I try and explain to other people, they'll just blow an account with it within a week. So I don't share it anymore, because people blow their account when they see it, and then they're like, it doesn't work. I was like, it does work. You just got to know what you're doing. But yeah, so the idea is, like, if I slow this down and I'm like, blah blah blah, I see an indicator, I'll see a green one first most likely, which to me is actually, like, I could take that, and then there's a red. So the idea is I'm only taking a red. If I get a red bar here, I only take a red. So then in theory I could, like, zoom all the way up on this and then put this at the actual entry and then go, well, there's the high point there, so that will be my stop loss, and then my take profit will be 1.2 of the stop loss. See, it says it here, right here. It shows my stop loss, my ratio, 1.2. That's my trade. And then I just play it to see what happens. I'm like, oh no, it's going the wrong way. So I could stop it and say I want to stop early or whatever. But with this strategy, I just let it play out. So it doesn't matter, because I know that overall I will win. Well, I believe so. So I'm backtesting to test it. And the reason that I'm doing that, number one, I'm testing the system, but number two, I'm actually conditioning my adrenal system to get good, right? See, I'd have lost that one too. I'd have placed a trade here. This is where people cheat. They're like, oh yeah, I wouldn't have placed that trade. You would have, because my system is red and red, so I place it down and I put it behind the previous high, right? Instantly loses. Oh well, tough shit. So you should be doing. I've done this like thousands and thousands of times. You should be doing this one bar at a time, because it conditions your adrenal system and your emotional system, basically, to seeing the ups and downs and being okay with seeing it go against you, and getting emotionally mature with it going against you. Because if you let your emotions, if you're a technical or even a discretionary trader, and you let your emotions get in the way of your thought process, your emotions will be like, close it early, and you'll close a little bit of a win and it'll rip and you miss all that big stuff. Or you'll see it going that way and you're like, it'll come back. If you have a technical and it says cut it off, you've got to have the emotional maturity to know that that's a loss and cut it off anyway. Or to see that get 80% there, it's like, do I cut that off early? No, you've got to let it get 100% there and let it continue, and then ride that wave. And you've got to have the emotional maturity to be able to do that. And the best way to get that emotional maturity is through practice. And the best way to get practice for free is like this, with a backtesting system like this. I feel like that's going to go up, but, you know, I could, oh, there you go, look at that, doesn't matter, I win. And because I'm a purely technical trader, my feelings don't matter. I feel like, you know, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how I feel. My system says, so that's what I do. And it takes emotion out of it, but it still takes practice to trust the system over your emotions. This is going to absolutely go, it already did. So I would have placed a trade right there, and I would have put my stop there, and then the next bar, you know, I lose that trade. Oh well, big deal. Next I'm looking for green and green. Oh no, there's a red there, so let's try again. 1 to 2, 1 to 1.2. I normally do this with a 1 to 1.1 and still win, but the 1.2 is just like an experiment, I guess. I'm gonna lose that one. Do. Really? Really? Ay. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so interestingly, the slower you have this ticking, the more emotionally invested you get in it. See, look, what I mean about, like, it gets like 80% the way there. That'll be like bang on 1 or something. That's literally 80% the way to my... I mean, I could have closed that and broken even, but I don't want to do that. I mean, I could lose the trade because of this. Nearly. Yep, there you go. And I win it. Why am I so hungry all of a sudden? I'm like crazy hungry. Maybe I will go get something to eat. I think I'm nearly done too. What's my date? August. I got a fair bit to go yet. Fair bit to go yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that was my biggest. It was 5 was my biggest losses in a row. But the system's been actually really quite consistent. It's been very good generally. I think I'm getting more consecutive wins after reversing the idea. Like this is such a dumb philosophy because it's so obvious. Alright? If you have a purely technical system and it loses money, it's a purely technical system, right? It's based on price goes here, you do this action. Pattern goes here, you do this action, right? Whatever. And you have this purely technical system and it loses money. Then if you invert something in that system, don't you start making money? Is it really that hard to figure out? If you can lose money consistently, do the opposite and you make money consistently. How mind-blowingly simple is this? And I'm not doing what Nightbot says. That's my other strategy and it's amazing, but you can go into like 90% drawdown doing that. And I need to get better at it because I tend to overhedge and wait too long. But it's when I pull it off, man, it's amazing. You know, you can lose 2R, 3, 4R, and then I'll get like 8 to 20R return on one trade. It's just insane when it works. When it works, I just got to get better at it, and it only works in really specific markets too. I want something that's potentially going to work generally over more generalized markets. So that's why I'm playing with this idea at the moment, which relies on one of my new indicators that I've been developing over the last couple of weeks. And theoretically I should have taken that trade, but I'm just going to presume that I missed it because, I don't know, I was asleep, or I was walking the dog, or I had a girl over or something. I don't know. No. Nope, I do not. I don't even know the names of anyone that are in any team. I don't care. I really don't. No. I mean, New Zealand's supposed to be a sports mad country. It kind of was when I was a kid. Ah, yeah, I gotcha. I'll take that. But I never really was. I mean, I was very athletic, and I want to say into sports. I did a lot of sports. I was just naturally good at sports and stuff, and I did it because it was just what you were supposed to. I didn't really enjoy it that much. I really didn't. I'd rather go read a book or play chess. Or something. I'm a nerd, and I'm okay with that. I used to love chess. I haven't played for a long time. Yeah, no, that was me. My elo was like 21 or 2200 or something. Yeah, I was master. There was this one kid in school, who's now a grandmaster, by the way, who would beat me every fucking time. That's okay. You gotta get somewhere. So there was this kid in school that would beat me every fucking time. Every fucking time. He made me feel like I was an idiot. He was so good. He was so much better than me. And I think because of him, I quit chess. I knew that he was... I believed that he was better than me and always going to be. And I just gave up on it. Could I have gotten better than him at some point? Yeah, maybe if he quit. But he could see something I couldn't. I was at about 9 steps and he was at about 11, and so he was just, oh, what am I doing? I'm talking and not thinking. See, that's green. I shouldn't have taken this trade. I shouldn't have taken this trade anyway. So I was never going to beat him. Dennis, his name was. See this here? This is the trade I was supposed to take. This one here. Green on green, not red on green. So, I would never have taken this trade. I'm just curious to see what happens now that I have. 1300 and you haven't met anyone in real life. Well, you haven't done a tournament, then I take it. See, the problem is that so many people online that play all have a fucking AI on their second screen that gives them the cheats, right? That's my problem with it. This annoys me because I should have won this trade here. I shouldn't be in this trade now because of this one. Ah, well, that's a quick way to get yourself banned. Winning 3 tournaments in a row will certainly up your elo. Although in saying that, I've won tournaments and had my elo go down. Yeah, that's happened. But I mean, fuck, I was a teenager. I don't know. I couldn't do it now, man. I win that. Look at that. I actually win this trade. This is nice. So I put that there. I put that there. And I put that at 1.2. And I catch that pip beautifully. And I actually win that trade. Only just, but I win it. Which is nice, because I really needed that one. Red. So I'll take it. Back pip. Down to 1.2. And we're in September now, which is nice. We're getting through it. Be able to finish it all up and then count it soon. No, I lose this trade. No, so scary. Oh no, I win this trade. And that's why this is such a good example of why your emotions don't matter. Right? I feel like I'm gonna... It doesn't matter how you feel, bro. So with this trade here, if I'm lucky and I was paying attention, I'd have seen this one, I'd have seen this one, there's one, I'd have this like halfway down this bar here, wait for a pullback, like, wait for it, there's the pullback there, and I'd close that trade right there, and I'd get 1 to 2, 1 to 1.8. Just because it's funny. I actually have a secondary system that would have like made me put my stop loss here and ride this out until I either get a stop loss or another drop. Just out of curiosity. Like it's 50-50 at this point, but it goes up, so it would have stopped me out. But that's okay, because that's not my system. My system closes me out here at 1.2. I saw a green flash, which means I'll get a red one. Yeah. Yep. I had to turn that nightbot off. That was what I was doing the other day. I think, there we go. So, yeah. Timers? This guy. Done. It's interesting how many people who like are chess players and mathematicians and musicians actually end up getting into day trading. Like, you wouldn't think so, but musicians are pretty like musicians and mathematicians have a pretty high confluence, and reading the stock market is almost like reading notes. Once you understand the notes and the pattern of the music, you can almost play the rest of the movement without needing to read what's on the page. And that's kind of what really good discretionary traders do. Hey Jeff, I have a film to edit tomorrow. I'm glad I was able to tune into your stream. Well, I'm glad that you joined in. Thank you. You have a film to edit. So you're in college? You're doing film editing and stuff? Make sure you come back and say hello. I will be streaming live trades all week, like 24/7 next week. Well, 24/5. I'll pretty much be streaming like 24 hours a day next week. With I'm gonna do like maybe a $200-300 account or something, and just using this system with like $200 or $500 or something tiny like that, just to play with it, to see how I hold up with it emotionally, and if the system holds up. Oh yeah, theme, style. There's this really, really cool documentary I saw recently about this one. Go and watch this.
One of the most important work.
This isn't the original one, but that one, it covers the same shit. Is it this one?
So you're John D. Rockefeller.
Yeah, that's not the original. Where's the original one? But Moon's one will be good, right? And good enough. Yeah, man. What an eye-opening setup. How it talks about the Prussian system. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Like, pretty dark. Pretty educational. Ooh, savage. I'm in the savage. I'll watch that later. Anyway, yeah. Well, if you're a, what kind of films do you do? What kind of editing? What kind of films do you like to make? You know, there's fictional and documentary, and then there's like shadow edited shit, and it's pretty interesting. Actually, if you do editing. If I get serious about my YouTube shit, I'm gonna want someone to edit my videos, because I fucking hate doing it. Do we win or do we lose? It doesn't fucking matter. Also, that's meant to be like there somewhere. Man, I need to eat. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't need to eat at all. There's another one. Search the web for movie about Underground Man. Yeah, it looks like a short story. The fact that it's a stub has like a one-line plot line synopsis, so I mean it looks like a short story. Okay, so it's not this one. So you had to see it because it's an intellectual thing about rejection. And how despicable people should remain buried. But it's the analysis doesn't really go into it. I presume that the short story itself has more allegory. Is it modern? People that feel like this usually aren't. And he does sound like an incel. Misanthropic. He really is an incel. He has unrealistic expectations of women, and then he meets a prostitute who sounds like she's emotionally mature and he can't handle it. That looks like it'd be an interesting watch, actually. Oh, is it a book? Oh, I see. Yeah, it didn't really mention that in the synopsis just there. But yeah. There are people out there that are like that. Like if they feel like they don't deserve that power, or I don't know, I mean, no, not even. I mean, the thing is, they feel like they do deserve that power, and that they're better than everyone else. And then when they have a taste of it, that's sociopathic. and then they use it to abuse other people instead of use it to lift society up or lift other people up. You know, to be altruistic, and instead you're being you've got something like social dissonance in there. Yeah. It's a book, right? You're making a film adaptation. Sounds like it's a well-respected work too, which is interesting. Let me see if it's in my other account, if I can access it. The login. I might have to actually buy the book. Come back and remind me and I'll read it through the week. It actually looks like it might be interesting. Because I've never really understood people who... I've seen them. I've seen people who... Like middle managers are a perfect example of people who get like a little bit of power and then they just like throw it around like bandy candy, and they don't understand how much they're affecting the people around them, and they could use it to like increase production and increase team confluence and increase like create a really positive environment, and they create a destructive environment where they create a power imbalance where they're at the top of the hierarchy and everyone else has to walk on eggshells all the time. People like that don't last, but then for some reason the world is full of them, and I can't understand why you'd be like that, because I don't see how that can have, I want to say, a lasting impact. I can't see how a structure like that would last for any period of time. Like the best way to lead someone is to serve them, right? And to build a service culture where the leader is the first one in to get stuck in and get shit done and show other people from the front how to do things, and to support underneath at the same time. Like, that's a lot of work, but it creates a microcosm or a culture of people who trust that leadership, and you know, they end up falling out in love with that person, not necessarily romantic love, and they'll do anything for someone who treats them well, you know. And to go the other way and not see that, and to be a narcissist and to abuse that little bit of power that you think you have, yeah, it's a recipe for disaster, man. So it'd be an interesting read to see it from the other side. I don't know if I can handle it, to be honest. I don't like it.
That the survival genie reference there is not being activated to help us.
That's right. That's right.
What about coffee? You know, if I'm going to fast for... I know people are so addicted to coffee, so I feel like I have to ask a question as they represent it.
Other people that are addicted to coffee. This guy drinks so much coffee. Yeah, no, thank you. That's interesting. I'll let you carry on, and you let me carry on, and if you ever post the video in media, then let me know. I'll definitely watch it, and I'll read that book in the meantime. It'd be interesting to see the dichotomy between the book and the video. Like, I've never really seen that before, so I'd genuinely be interested. Oh no, the only time I've ever seen that is Lord of the Rings, right? I read Lord of the Rings and then saw the movie. But yeah, it'd be cool to see somebody else do it as a project. and then to be able to like interview you about why you do specific things in the movie, and like be able to understand the psychology behind why certain scenes are written or drawn in certain ways. I think that'd be cool. Man, I need to go get something to eat. I got the munchies. I got the munchies bad. The fuck's going on here? Fuck this shit. Oh, I had a 1, 2. Damn it. Next one. Nah, this is too flat. I don't like it. I just don't. It's not good. There's nothing here that I would use, man. Maybe that. Would I? Would I? Would I? Would I? Yes, I would. Okay. Let's see what happens. Nice. How far could I push that? Not far. 1.5 maybe. Red. Maybe? Yeah, I'll take that. Catch you later, buddy. Green. Red. No? Okay. Red, green. Red. Take that. Ugh. What a savage. Here we go. Oh, what am I doing? That's a win. That's a win, bruv. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I had a feeling that was what was gonna happen. Feels weird not taking those trades, man. Damn it. Man, that's a big dirty. I knew it was going to be a dirty big trade too, so I was like, I was thinking maybe I should have closed it up to there. I absolutely should have. If I had, I would have won it. Okay, out of curiosity, what happens? Good to know. If I hadn't, I'd have got this so just out of pure, like, that pisses me off. Oh no, it doesn't. I wouldn't have. I'd have closed it there. Okay, forget it. It does a thing, it does that there, we get to here, this is on a no, drops down, goes up again, goes green, goes red, and then we buy there, get 1.2 there, and we're out. That's it, we close and we win that, yay. So if we lost this one, worst case, this is worst case scenarios, right? We would have lost this one, we lost that one, so we lost 1, 2, and I could have just won that one. That's okay. That's okay. We don't play every play perfectly every time. Green, red, red on red, and green on green. It's that simple. What's not simple is writing the indicator that oh wow, that makes all that work. I still feel it. Oh, there's a green. What's this do? 1 point. I feel like it's gonna drop on me. It's almost like I knew. There's another one, so we take it religiously, because that's what we are, we're religious people. I might just clean this up. Might. Oh, I do, okay. Well, that makes me feel pretty confident, actually. I'm getting pretty confident in this system. Like, really confident in this system. I don't think I've gone deep in the 4 yet. So this one here I lose one. That's okay. I lose it right there. No biggie. You can't win them all. You don't win them all. You don't win every one every time. I get it. If I did, it would be crazy. I'm gonna lose this one. No! Oh, I don't lose this one. I don't lose this one at all. My feelings don't matter, the system does, and sometimes it works my way. And then we get another one. Wait for it. There's a red. There's a green. Does that mean I lose this green? Oh, I do. Do. That's all touchy as fuck, so I don't touch anything. Now, so we would have touched this one. This is annoying because I know full well I would have done this and lost instantly, but that's okay. We have a system, we play the system, and then the system plays us. Red, green, red, here's the red. I'm going to get my first 3 for a while. Sweet. I actually won that. I'm surprised, but I'm happy. She's my brother. It's pretty flat. I mean, I could have taken that. The number of times it does that is just nuts. Imagine if I'd taken that, right? If I'd taken that trade, I'd have caught all of that, which is 2.4. If I brought that back to half, it jumps up, I take that to there, and I get 3.4, which would have been nice. But I didn't. That's my other system that does that. My other idea does that. This idea does not does that. This is a green here, up high. I don't like it. I'm probably missing out, but I don't like it. Oh yeah, I was missing out. I didn't take that trade. Should I have? There's the green. There's the mission. There's the 1.2. Yeah, see, technically I should have taken it. There it is again. Which one's it on? That's on this one? Put that on there. 1.2. I get that one. Do it again. Are we in December yet? Are we here? We're finished. So we flatten this out. We hide this. And this. And this. Flatten this out more. We go back to the start. And then we count. One, 2, 3, 4. Down to 1. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems to be a common theme. 40, 44, really common. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1 to 1. That's a really common theme. Oh man. Oh man. That's a really common theme.
A fast, do any of these 6 fasts that you just mentioned, does coffee break that fast?
Yeah.
It does break it.
No, well, it depends. Okay, so this. I'm just.
It does if you put sugar or milk in it.
I can't give you a yes or no on
That's
it.
fine.
I'm gonna give you most likely.
Okay.
No, let me give you most likely it's okay.
Okay, most likely it's okay.
Yes.
There's not a high degree of certainty and conviction there.
No. Let me explain myself.
Okay.
So when you drink a cup of coffee, it shouldn't spike your blood sugar.
It shouldn't.
Should not.
It doesn't.
So if it does, it shouldn't. So if you have black coffee and your blood sugar doesn't spike, and you're trying to metabolically switch over into your fasting window, you're good. You're golden. Drink that black coffee.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna add some sugar to it. Okay, now you're not now you've pulled yourself out of a fasted state.
Okay, so no sugar, just a plain coffee with no milk or sugar in it.
Is most likely going to keep you in a fasted state.
Most likely.
Well, I've seen a few occasions where it didn't.
Okay.
This is why we have people test their blood sugar. Like it's unique to you. So you can test your blood sugar, have the cup of coffee, half an hour later check your blood sugar again. Those numbers should be equal.
Okay, so for most people, coffee should be fine when they're fasting.
Yes.
But there's a couple of anomalies who their blood sugar does spike,
Yes.
which means that they're not going to switch over to a fasted state.
Yes, exactly. And coffee mate, creamers, those can be a little more problematic. But some people put full fat cream in there with no sugar. Some people put MCT oil in there. The buttered coffee became very, very common, and that was because of the fasting movement. So the reason they did that was because when you put a fat in your coffee, you stabilize your blood sugar, and so you were able to stay in the fasted state and switch over.
I had Glucose Goddess on the podcast, who Jessie. She talks a lot about glucose spikes. It was the first time my eyes were really open to the consequence of living a life where your glucose levels are spiking and crashing and spiking and crashing. And I've invested in this company called Zoe, where they give you a glucose monitor, which I attach around for 14 days as part of the initial test, and then they give me this big sort of nutrition plan and profile. And that was the first time I got to see. I was in America at the time. I was in LA for a couple of months, and in LA, I pulled up at a gas station, and I was walking through this gas station. Everything in there was sugar. It's because now I was looking.
Right.
Now I had my eyes open because I'm wearing this bloody monitor, so I'm about to see the impact within minutes that it has on my body. And I was just looking around thinking, oh my god, the only thing that I can see in this whole store that I can eat without spiking my glucose is water.
So is it a monitor where you can see it? You can scan it?
Yeah. So they've got two.
Game changer.
Yeah. So they've got two. One of them you scan. The new one they've got it's automatic.
Yeah.
It's by Bluetooth. So it just keeps constantly updating on your phone.
I honestly think we could dramatically change the health of the world if everybody put one of those on.
Amen.
Because then what you would do is you would just go, because this is like coffee. Like it should be so simple for me just to say, yes, drink your coffee, you're fine. But your microbiome in your gut is going to determine what it does with whatever hits that. So it's going to determine your blood sugar levels. your microbiome, my microbiome, completely different. So food no longer is a one size fits all. There's an individual approach. So you have to know what your blood sugar is doing. You know, like when I eat, believe it or not, when I eat a grass-fed steak, my blood sugar goes down. It's amazing. So whereas other people eat a steak and their blood sugar goes super high. And so then again, you go to a thread of this conversation, which is how do we help the planet?
Yeah.
This is such a cool conversation. I'll be back.
Alright. Come. Come. Check it out. What are you?
And humanity wants the one size fits all. Can't do that. You gotta learn you. And something like that teaches you you. But you're gonna have to become very curious about you, like you are. And what's really fun to me when you put one of those things on, it's my favorite thing to do with patients, is I say, just eat normal, just eat everything. And then every day I have them send me their readings, and we just talk it through. We just did this with a beautiful patient that I've been working with, who has a long history of eating disorders, and she was counting calories, and really wanted the control of being able to keep her weight where she was, where it needed to be. And I said, hey, you can count calories if you want, but I just want you to stick this monitor on, and let's just eat and let's see what you're doing. And she was vegan, and this isn't an anti-vegan conversation, but her spikes were up and down. Like there was like 8 of them a day, and her moods followed the spikes too. And so then we started to go, okay, well, let's add a protein here. Could we add fat here? Could we add some more fiber here? And she got to watch for herself. And within 4 weeks, she was free of any food control. And she was off teaching everybody else. It was so beautiful to watch.
That calorie counting point there. There's a big school of thought that in order to lose weight and be healthy, all you've got to do is count those calories.
You know, there's something called a set point. Have you heard about the set point?
Which is the amount of calories that I need to consume in order to hit my...
That's right. So we all have a set point. If you're going to go down the calorie path, you have to understand you have a set point. And the set point is there's how much calories coming in and how much calories going out. What's the delta of that? And that will keep you at whatever weight you want to be. So let's use an example. You eat 1,500 calories a day. You exercise 500. You have a delta of 1,000. So if you want to keep your weight where it's at, you always have to do 1,000 calories every single day.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what happens on the days you decide not to work out? So now you have 500 extra calories that your body's not used to, and so what does it do with those calories? It stores it. So then you all of a sudden start noticing you're gaining weight, and you don't really understand why, so you're like, well, let me count, I need to restrict calories.
Yeah.
So then you start eating maybe, I have...
500 less.
Yeah. And then you bring the set point down. Well, that's your new set point. You're going to have to stay at that set point now if you don't ever want to gain another pound. You see the game?
Oh, okay, so my set point is moving, Crafty.
It moves. Because as you restrict, and as food restriction goes down and energy output goes up, your set point goes down, and now you're like, I feel great. But you can't leave from that set point. You're going to always have to make sure that that set point is 1,000 calories or 800 calories.
So I was told, I mean, this is the school of thought, that I have to have, for me as a male that has my weight, 2,000 calories a day, and then if I'm under 2,000 calories a day, then I'll lose weight. That's what I was told.
Yeah. So you go to 1,500 calories, you drop weight.
Yeah, to lose the weight.
Yep, you go back up to 2,000, and for most people they start to gain weight.
Because my set point has moved. So now it's 1,500
Yeah.
to maintain my weight.
Yeah. Which is why, if you think about it, have we ever seen a calorie restriction diet work long term?
No. Long term being the key word there.
It's short term, it works great. But this is why I'm such a fan of metabolic switching. How about we watch blood sugar? We put a monitor like you're talking. Let's put a monitor on so that you keep your blood sugar spikes minimal. Like what I did with this woman. So I was like, can we have two spikes in a day, not 8? And we just keep your blood sugar at a low level so that when you're not eating, you can switch over and now you can burn fat in the fat burning energy system. So metabolic switching is where you're keeping your blood sugar at a stable place. It's not got all these spikes all over the place, so that when it starts to go down, the body's going to want to switch over and it can start to burn fat and use that other energy system.
What do you think
Wow.
our relationship should
Wow.
be with sugar?
Well, you know,
Sugar's evil.
there's only 12%
Sorry.
of Americans that are metabolically healthy. That means that they have the right blood pressure, the right cholesterol, that their hemoglobin A1C, their insulin, all those metabolic markers are in balance. Only 12% of Americans have that right. That is a huge problem. And that is largely because we're addicted to sugar. So,
NZ
what's the
Cad,
consequence of
AU
metabolic
US.
health?
What else we got?
Obesity, cancer, heart disease, mental health challenges. I mean, you name it. Every chronic disease on the planet at the root has a metabolic thread. Now, I hate to bring back a really traumatic topic, but during COVID, when we looked at the people that fell prey to COVID, this is no disrespect, they were metabolically unhealthy. And the people that had less COVID symptoms were the ones that were more metabolically healthy in general. So, and largely because the virus could really replicate if you had a lot of glucose in your system. So the consequence is huge. And the healthcare consequence, the amount of money we pay trying to help everybody put their health back together because they're metabolically unhealthy. If we just started with metabolic health, we would change everything.
And metabolic health, people think of metabolic health often as being, I'm in good superficial shape, I'd like to think. But that's not metabolic health. I'm guessing you can be metabolically unhealthy, but also have abs.
Oh yeah, you could. This woman I was telling you about with all the spikes, she's actually a model and an actress.
Oh wow.
That is beautiful. And we had to go back in and really work with getting her metabolically healthy. So yeah, we call it skinny fat. You look skinny on the outside, but you're dealing with excess sugar on the inside that is putting fat around your liver, putting fat in other areas.
I think a lot of people can relate to that skinny fat concept.
Yeah. So it's a major issue. And we can look at different things like hemoglobin A1C. It's a marker in the blood. Everybody gets it tested every year when they go to their doctor. It should be under 5. If it's not under 5, what's happening is all that extra sugar is going around your red blood cells. And your red blood cells carry oxygen to your body. So they're gummed up with sugar so they can't deliver oxygen to the brain, to your eyes, to your muscle. So you're not getting oxygenated because of this sugar just gumming up these red blood cells.
In chapter 1 of your book, you talk about this metabolic health crisis in great detail. You share some stats which I pulled out, which I thought were terrifying. It's page 4 of your book. You say, according to the CDC, 41% of women and 21 and older are obese. 45% have high blood pressure. 1 out of 2 will develop cancer in their lifetimes. 1 out of 5 will develop Alzheimer's. 1 out of 9 will get type 2 diabetes. 1 out of 8 will develop a thyroid problem, and 80% of all autoimmune conditions occur in women. Why is that last one? 80% of all autoimmune conditions occur in women.
Yeah, so autoimmunity is a really interesting one, and if you look at what an autoimmune condition is, it's the body attacking itself. And so when we look at where toxins go, we're back at the toxins. Hashimoto's. Why is the body attacking the thyroid? There's something there that needs to get out. So it's usually a toxic issue. So the body's attacking the thyroid. When we look at RA in joints, there's toxins in their body's attacking that. So it's happening more to women, largely because, well, this
Makeup
go
and
dark
stuff.
real fast, but largely because we have
Menstrual
so
cycle.
many influences that are affecting our hormones.
Yeah.
So the best way I can explain this is something I call the hormonal hierarchy, where our sex hormones are going to be completely thrown off by insulin. So when you get insulin resistant, your sex hormones are off. And insulin is going to be so impacted by cortisol. So when you're stressed all the time, you're going to be insulin resistant. And when you're insulin resistant, you're going to have trouble balancing estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone. But at the top of the hierarchy is oxytocin. And oxytocin is that, we're getting oxytocin right now just from connecting with each other. And it'll start to calm cortisol down. And then when it calms cortisol down, you can be more insulin sensitive. And when you can be more insulin sensitive, now your sex hormones can balance better. So we need that hierarchy as women to be in balance in order for our bodies to be in balance.
Yeah, that sounds
And
terrible.
what do we have women doing right now? We have poor diet, lots
Chemicals.
of stress, and our sex hormones are way off.
And women mess with the menstrual cycle because, you know, they don't want to have kids, so they have, like, take the pill or IUDs, and, like, they mess with their menstrual cycle. Not saying that it's, you know, their fault. I mean, I'm a guy. I have appreciation for the fact that some women have done this and we don't have kids. I'm like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. It's just the fact that messing with the menstrual cycle is part of what she's talking about. And then makeup, like, that's a chemical. It's absorbed through the body all day. You're messing with shit powers that you should not be messing with. And then all the artificial foods and shit. And then I don't know, what other stresses? Women are stressed. Why are women stressed? Yeah, women are probably stressed out because they're angry and they're bitter and nothing's ever right. Women are stressy, I think, and it all feeds into each other.
And sugar. You're going after the sugar. So women are perishing within this modern world more than men. So we've got to help a woman bring back more insulin sensitivity. We've got to get her doing better stress management. And when we do that, now the immune system can regulate. Now the immune system can calm down and stop being so hyperactive and attacking all the toxins that are in the body. So it's very complex.
Does that imply that women and men have a different relationship with stress?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How's that even a question?
Sure. We're not. Okay, so I'm gonna be as bold as to say this, and I know all my feminist women out there are not gonna like this. And I was raised by a strong woman. I am a strong woman. I've raised another strong woman, and I have to tell you that we are not meant to handle the stress loads as well as men. And that's largely because of two hormones. So estrogen makes us very outward, makes us very much an extrovert, and we can handle a lot of stress when estrogen is present in our body. But progesterone, she can't handle stress at all. So progesterone will start to diminish as cortisol goes up. I always say when cortisol goes high, progesterone becomes shy. So now the number of women since Fast Like a Girl came out that I have heard from, the 20 and 30-year-olds that have no cycle. None. That is because they're insulin resistant, they're more stressed, progesterone's not making her appearance, so there's no shed of the uterine lining. That is absolutely a stress issue. And not having a period for a woman is a major problem because that's how we detox. That's how we get these hormones out of us. So if you're not having a cycle, you're not getting rid of estrogen. You're not getting rid of so many toxins, and it's just staying inside of you. That's a major problem.
Controversial idea, but it rings true for a lot of people. And I know this because I've had women very close to me in my life talk to me about this exact thing, and specifically not having their menstrual cycle, and then focusing on the stresses in their life, and then their menstrual cycle coming back. People very, very close to me, in fact, that I've struggled with because of this exact challenge.
Yeah.
It is a controversial idea, though, isn't it? It's slightly problematic as an idea. Is there any scientific basis for that idea?
Well, we know, based off science, that when cortisol goes up, progesterone goes down.
Cortisol is the stress hormone.
Yeah. So when you're under stress, cortisol goes up. And so if you're, let's say it's the week before your period, that's when you're supposed to have the most amount of progesterone. If it doesn't matter if you're trying to run a marathon, doesn't matter if you have a work deadline, doesn't matter if you're skimping on sleep, as long as cortisol is going up, progesterone's not going to make her appearance. And if she doesn't make her appearance, then the uterine lining won't shed. That's been proven over and over. Every hormone expert would agree, multiple studies. But women don't realize that. So if there's ever a time to mind your stress, it's the week before your period. Which is why you don't fast the week before your period, because that's a bit of a stressor. It's why you shouldn't train for, a big Spartan race or a CrossFitting event or run a marathon. You should be doing more yoga and recovery the week before your period. This is why we should prioritize sleep the week before our periods, because we don't want cortisol up. So in an interesting world, this is sort of the vision I have for women right now, is what if there is this moment where the week before our period, we have the capability of maybe not working as hard. Like Spain, they're giving a 3-day menstrual leave to women. And with no questions asked.
Before the period?
Well, it's no questions asked. They anticipated it, that women would use it the first 3 days of her period, but a woman can use it any time. I say use it 3 days before your cycle is supposed to come.
Have you shared this idea before publicly?
I've on several podcasts I've talked about it. I had a great interview with Kate Northrup on my podcast, and she's an entrepreneur, and she actually maps her whole business cycle around her menstrual cycle. And so we had a beautiful conversation about this. And she said that she doesn't do as many Zoom calls. She tells her team that she's going to get off work a little bit earlier on those days. She slows everything down. Her workload goes dramatically down. And she said what ended up happening is that when her period started, her productivity went up. So see, when estrogen comes in on starting day 1, day 2 of our menstrual cycles, estrogen makes us really mentally clear, makes us very verbal. Estrogen's an incredible hormone for productivity. But if you aren't minding that back half of your cycle, and you're not slowing down then you're coming into your period and you're having to hear so many women who are like, oh, I'm cramping, I'm bleeding a lot, it's really painful. That's because you didn't mind the back half of your cycle.
And what's the sort of evolutionary basis for all of this? Why is the body doing this? Why is the body not going to give us our periods? I mean, listen, I don't have a period, but I have a version of it, right? I'm sure men have some kind of...
You guys you work off a 24-hour cycle.
Okay.
So every 15 minutes you get testosterone.
Okay.
You know we joke about that, right?
What did you say? You joke behind our backs.
Kind of.
What'd you say?
The joke is, like, if you don't like what your husband's saying, just ask him in 15 minutes. He might say something different.
Oh, that's what you've been saying. Oh,
just letting you in on what might be going on behind the scenes.
Okay. So, what is the evolutionary basis for why that is true?
So think about let's go back to our primal days. So, testosterone is meant to have you go out and hunt. It's a very motivating, you get it every 15 minutes. So, God, this sounds, as I'm saying it sounds so sexist. But when we look at the body, this is actually how we're built. So your body was driven to go hunt and go find and go achieve. That's the number one hormone that it works off of. For the women, we are meant to be more outgoing before ovulation. Okay, why is that?
Get pregnant.
We need to connect. We need to start to feel that mental clarity. Estrogen makes your hair really like full and your skin really glow, and it starts to make us more beautiful, all leading up to ovulation. Once ovulation hits, now we have estrogen at our peak, we have a little bit of testosterone, and we have a little bit of progesterone. Okay, well, why is that? Because now our libido's up, we're motivated to reproduce, we're looking beautiful because we have so much estrogen going through our body, we're verbal, we can connect, and we have progesterone to keep us calm.
Yeah, you're
So
picking up
we're
a boy.
supposed to reproduce when ovulation hits. And then the back half, technically, we would have a fertilized egg and we would be winding down. And if we didn't get a fertilized egg, then we're
Get
supposed
shitty.
to relax, so we can go back and do the extroverted piece of ourselves in the front half of our cycle. So it's all based off of reproduction.
So I need some advice then, because I'm in a relationship and I want to understand. I guess this goes both ways. I want my girlfriend to understand how hormones are influencing my behaviour.
Yeah.
And I want to know how hormones are influencing her behaviour.
Yeah.
What advice have you got for me?
Well, the first is, do you know her cycle?
That was a no.
Moving on. We're going to talk about
No, this is too good.
So sugar, it's really bad, isn't it? Who's to blame?
No, seriously, no.
Tell me about your childhood.
No, get to know her cycle. I'm gonna give you
I
gold
should know,
right
shouldn't
now.
I?
Let me give you gold. Okay, so day 1 of her cycle, day 1 to day 10, she's building estrogen. First couple of days of her cycle, just let her be. Like she's transitioning out of the back half of her cycle. She might be having some heavier bleeding. She's moving into that extroverted place. So the first 2 days, give her some space. Now day 3, estrogen's starting to build. So you're going to notice she's more verbal, she's going to be more present, she might feel more outgoing, she's going to feel like she wants to connect with you. That's going to go all the way through ovulation, like in the middle of ovulation, which is about day 12, day 13, where all of a sudden estrogen's at its peak. If you have any conflict you want to resolve with her, do it between like day 2 and day 12 of her cycle. She's going to be so ready to handle any conflict with you.
Let me write that down. Day 2 and day 12.
Day 2, like literally.
That's when I pick my battles.
I had a dad come to me and tell me that he was struggling to understand his teenage daughter, and I said, "Well, do you know her cycle?" And he's like, "No, I don't." I said, "Well, you would never ever bring a conflict to her on day 18 or 19 of her cycle. Bring it to her on day 10, and now she's going to talk to you."
I'm going to say something which is really embarrassing here. I know nothing about menstrual cycles. At no point in my life did anybody teach me about menstrual cycles. The only insight I have in my life to what a menstrual cycle is overhearing my sister when I was younger talking about it.
Yeah.
And when I say overhearing, I mean maybe a sentence. And then maybe my girlfriend once in a while she'll say, "Oh, I'm coming into my cycle," or whatever, she'll say I'm on my period. That's, for most men, that's in fact the extent of the education we have about the female reproductive menstrual cycles.
Yeah.
So talk to me like I'm an idiot about the menstrual cycle.
Yeah.
How long is it?
Oh, I love this. And do you know that most women don't know?
Oh, really?
So, I mean, most women are ignorant to their own cycles. So it's 28 days, anywhere from 28 days to 32. Every woman has a different length.
Okay. And what day does the period come on?
Day 1. So day 1 is the first day she bleeds.
Okay. Then how long? That lasts for what? 7 days?
Everyone's different. Anywhere from 3 to 7 days.
Okay. So.
Fine and dying her.
Okay, cool. We'll put all the dates down.
Yes.
The fights. And then after day 12, what am I doing?
Then after day 12, okay, so day 12 is right when she's ovulating. So you're going to have to choose your battle there. But ovulation occurs for most women between day 10 and day 15. There's a small little 5-day window there. That's, this is the, once I figured this out, I was like, why don't men know this? That's when she's going to be, her libido is going to be the highest.
Okay, so we're having sex.
Yes. So if you want to have sex with her.
Let's write this down.
Yes.
So have sex with her around that time.
Around that time.
She's willing.
She's going to be more motivated because she has testosterone. She's going to feel more like it.
Okay. Then after she finishes ovulating after day 15.
Yeah, so then there's going to be a crash of hormones. You might see a change in her personality. She might feel a little low.
Go stay in a hotel.
But you could ask,
I'm
like
joking.
if she's having a bummer day, like or a low day, ask her, do you know what day of your cycle are you on?
Be really nice.
Be really nice. And then here's the gold. Here's gold. This is so good. You're gonna have to. You
She's
might
gonna
at
be
that
nah.
time be like, no, I feel horrible. I'm bloated. I don't feel beautiful. But you
I should disagree. I should say no. You don't. You
Yeah.
look amazing. Okay, cool.
and you do that till she bleeds, and you can take amazing care of her in the week before her period, and you will get kudos like you can't even imagine.
And then start it all over again.
And then start it all over again.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just once you understand our patterns. And then it also helps you understand that we're going to be more outgoing in the front half of our cycle. We're going to be more introverted in the back half.
What about men?
You guys, every 15 minutes, you're pretty black and white.
Really?
Yeah, you're pretty straightforward.
So if she was asking you the same question about me, would you say anything to her about my hormone cycles at all? Would you say?
It really depends on the issue at hand. So if it's a mismatch of libido, then the best time to have sex with a woman is during ovulation.
Okay.
Because she has the most amount of testosterone.
Day 10 to 15 of the
Yeah,
cycle.
yeah.
It would be really handy, wouldn't it, just to have a little menstrual cycle chart on the wall at home. I know that sounds a bit strange, but just so I know what's going on inside her body.
The first time I discovered this, I started using an app called the Clue app.
Yeah.
And it shows you in a circle. It kind of shows a little cloud, and then it shows you where PMS clicks in. And it actually has a button that you can share it with people in your life. And I thought, not only does my husband need this, but my staff needs this. They need to understand where I'm going. And what if all the women on my team actually shared it with each other, and we could see where each other was at in the menstrual cycle? We would understand why a woman's moods can be so up and down. It's really, because of these three hormones, our moods are much more volatile than yours. You guys are pretty steady Eddie. And this is general. I hate to be sexist in this conversation, but this is hormones and the way they work.
It's actually really helpful to know this, because without this insight, it's very easy to fall into the trap of just assuming your partner is moody, or that they have like mood swings, or that they're, people say things like they're too emotional, or they're whatever it might be. But with this, I actually think it creates a ton of empathy.
Yeah.
That's certainly the reaction that I'm hearing. That I notice that my partner's just different.
Yep.
And it's almost, it catches me off guard sometimes. We've spoken a lot about this, and we're very open. We're very much the same person in terms of our willingness to talk about everything, and very difficult things as well.
Yeah.
And there will be times where I come home, or we go through a patch where just a week, things are making her upset, which wouldn't normally make her upset. Just tiny things that I'm doing, and I go, what?
That's it.
Like,
So see if you can track that to a certain part of her cycle.
Oh, I'm going.
So like the week before our period, we're irritable. And every time I say that, men go, well, you said it, I didn't say it. Well, but that's because progesterone, we're meant to be more inner. We're meant to sit on the couch. We're also meant, believe it or not, glucose goes higher the week before our period. So we crave carbs. There's a reason we crave carbs, because we need to bring glucose up to be able to make progesterone. So we crave carbs, we're irritable, we don't want a lot of cortisol, so generally we're a little bit slower. We don't want to, we don't have the desire to push through stress and push through exercise. And so we're different that week. So if you come up and you just put your hand on our shoulder and you're like, I love you, you're amazing, I'm here if you need anything. That's all you got to do. But if you're trying to resolve a big conflict, or you're trying to come at us in too aggressive a way, we will shut down the week before our periods.
So interesting.
Whereas if you have something you want to resolve with us, make sure estrogen's there, because estrogen makes us great verbal. Our verbal skills are incredible when estrogen's around. Ask any menopausal woman, she'll tell you what it's like when she loses estrogen.
And I have to say, this is because, women have this incredible power to create life that us men don't have. It's like women are superheroes for being able to carry a baby for significant amounts of time and then give birth to this baby. It's just the most magical thing that I can think of in existence. And women have that superpower, and with that comes the cycle.
Yeah.
So it's a wonderful thing.
It's beautiful. And in the book, I called it the manifestation phase, ovulation, because when all of those hormones come in, we can manifest anything we want. But it's not just a baby. This is a great time. Ovulation is an amazing time to start a new business project. It's a great time, like as an author, like I'm going to write during those 5 days because my creativity is going to be at its peak. So we're highly creative. If you want to talk about something about life and how to create something with us, do it during ovulation.
Your husband is behind that wall here in my home. And is he aware of your menstrual cycle?
He is until I started to lose it. I'm 53, so I'm starting to go. But yeah, we talk like this all the time. And the way I like to take ownership over my hormonal moods. So I will say to him, after a long day of work, I will say, hey, it's been a testosterone-driven day for me. I don't feel like I have a lot of estrogen right now. I can't handle a lot of stress. I'm going to need to just take some time to myself. We literally talk like that.
We, losing the menstrual cycle, the first time I started as a young man, that had such a big light bulb moment for me. Because I have women in my life that are going through that phase of life, and I feel like they are so misunderstood in so many ways. And I love hearing about it now, because it's going to help me relate to those women in a better way and understand how I can be a partner with them through that phase of life, like certain members of my family that are going through that phase of life. What do we need to know as men, but also as women, about menopause, perimenopause, and all those things?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I think we're the most misunderstood age group of women, and the 45 to 55-year-old in that decade is the most common time for women to commit suicide.
Really?
Yeah. This is why my next book I'm writing right now is on the mental health of menopausal women, because we're struggling. And so the first thing you have to know is that after 40, our sex hormones start to decline. So estrogen goes up and down. So one day you're going to experience, if you live with a 43-year-old woman, you're going to experience she's great. Next day you're going to be like, who are you? That's because her estrogen is on a roller coaster ride. So that's the first thing to know. Second thing is that progesterone is plummeting after 40. They actually say now at 35, progesterone is starting to go down. So as progesterone goes down, we are less stress resilient. So little things are going to irritate us like they've never irritated us before. And you might be the recipient of that. So if you find we're very triggerable, it's because we're losing progesterone. So we just need to have more breaks. We need more nurturing, like I explained in the menstrual cycle. We need to have more love brought our way because we just can't handle stress the same way. And then as ultimately estrogen finally goes into a place where she's non-existent once a woman doesn't have her cycle, we can't hold on to information the same way we used to be able to. We forget things, and it's really frustrating to us. And so when people around us, like I went through this with my team, when I was trying to get my menopausal hormones in check, they would say, well, you already told us that. Yes, you reminded us of that. And I started finding I was repeating myself. And then I realized, oh, I'm at a new level of low of estrogen. And then I worked, working with some bioidenticals, working with some lifestyle.
Yeah, I want to go back to fasting, but I mean, I can understand how this is relevant and important, but I'm a single guy, and I'm not going to date a 4-year-old for a long time, so I'm sorry, can we just have, like...
What about after 45? She said 40 to 45.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so once we actually go a whole...
The first half of this, really good. What's next? I just don't care. Your estrogen cycle doesn't affect me. Call me selfish. I just don't care. Let's get some music going. I'm already in the stream.